And the gemstones, every single gemstone just lends itself so well to this discipline. As I said, it's very easy, it's very simple techniques, very easy to pick up, anyone can do it, and the world is your oyster, literally.
The Jewellery Maker Wall of Fame is where you get to showcase your skills as a jewellery designer. Each week, one lucky entrant will win £100 credited to their account, and the runner-up receives £50. If you want to enter your design, just send a photo to studio@jewellerymaker.com, or you can post your photos to Wall of Fame, The Genuine Gemstone Company, Unit 2D, Eagle Road, Moons Moat, Redditch, B98 9HF. Get making and good luck!
You can now keep in touch by following Jewellery Maker on Twitter. Get interactive with Jewellery Maker.
Welcome to the Late Show here on Jewellery Maker. My name's Ed. Thank you so much for joining us. We are going to be joined by the wonderful Laura Vining very shortly, but she's still setting up. Between the Designer Inspiration Show and the Late Show, we've got a very small window of time to get set up, so Laura Brown is just working on that right now. I will make you aware of all the incredible deals we have coming up. Premiere opportunities on Peridot, one of the finest examples of Peridot we've ever seen here at Jewellery Maker, American Peridot. The premium location to source this gemstone from, and this is going to be coming up at around about 6:30 p.m. It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, so it is the finest possible quality we can source for you. And as I say, it is a premiere launch, so we'll see what we can do with the price. Try to give you an exclusive price point at around about 6:30 p.m. this evening. And then to close the show, one of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, a gemstone that actually we're having quite a lot of difficulty in sourcing as an industry, not just here at Jewellery Maker. A little bit difficult to find new deposits of tanzanite at the moment, but we do have some tanzanite set into this sterling silver chain. This is coming up as our superstar buy around about 10 to 9 this evening, so make sure that you have your credit card in hand at that point, I should say. Or of course, if you're shopping online, I don't know exactly how it works, but I assume you can just click a few buttons and you will confirm your purchase. So make sure you're on the phone lines early. I only have a limited number of those, as you'd expect, given the difficulty that we're having in sourcing new deposits of tanzanite at the moment. So that's coming up around about 10 to 9, not to be missed. But actually, we've got deals throughout the show, clearance deals, as well as premiere opportunities. And of course, it's our job here on the Late Show to make sure you can maximise on your 1 P&P per day by adding to that order with clearance deals. I'm going to start off with a bit of a clearance deal, in fact, and it's very in keeping with the talents of our expert designer this evening. So Laura, who's joining us, I think she's ready now. You're right, Laura.
Yeah, you're right.
Sorry, it's a little bit of a quick turnaround, isn't it? Yeah, exactly. You okay?
That's why I work as our messy people, that's why.
Ah, I see. So it's to do with your discipline, your style of jewellery design. Well, I've got a treat for you. Well, not for you, for everyone else, except for you.
Actually, I think I've got that.
Oh, you've already got yours. There you go. That's what I like to hear. Basically, we're going to bring you 100 metres of your copper wire. 0.8mm gauge, so probably the most versatile, if not the most, one of the most versatile.
I always think it is, because I think for me you can do pretty much everything with that gauge, you know, and it's really good if you are just starting out with wire. Right. So it's not too scary, you know, when you go to those thicker gauges it can be a little bit like, oh, you know, they're going to be hard to manipulate.
Too structural, if you like, and then the thinner ones don't quite hold their shape, whereas 0.8 sits in the middle of all of those, There you go. Perfect, and straight from the experts now, so you can trust those words of advice, I should say. 0.8mm, and you get 100 metres here. It's going to go an awfully long way. Lots of people already getting involved. That's the way to do it here at Jewellery Maker. The second you see something you like the look of, start dialing the free phone number or start to click now at jewellerymaker.com. The reason I say that is that we're always going to offer you the best value on the market, and if we choose to drop the price, which we will, then you know that you're in for an incredible deal, and tonight is no exception. We're going to kick the show off with a rather fantastic clearance deal. Should be $24.95, and that's what you're paying the other day, and as I say, we're fairly confident that's the best value on the market, especially for the quality of copper wire that we bring you here at Jewellery Maker. $24.95 any other day for 100 metres, but we're not going to stay at that price point this evening, and we are going to take it down to Bargain Town. I like it. Okay, lots of people coming through now at JewelleryMaker.com, but I've also got people coming through on the free phone number, so these are regular buyers who are aware of the kind of value we offer you, not taking the risk of missing out. That's the way to do it. Get on the phone lines early. Quicker you get involved, the better the chance that you are going to be successful. All of a sudden, the phone lines are lighting up like a Christmas tree. We've got about 30, 40 people placing this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. All I'll say is I will never limit anybody to one reel of wire. So if you're placing it in your basket, check out right now to avoid disappointment, because of course phone buyers come through and they want 2 or 3 reels, then they will be granted that wish and you can miss out on your reel of wire. 100 metres for $12.95. It's virtually half price, give or take 50p. And Laura just highlighted the benefits of working with your 0.8, because it does sit in the middle of probably all of the wire gauges. So your 0.4 and your 0.6 probably more suited to doing sort of detailing, the weaving work, whereas your 1mm and your 0.25 probably more suitable for the structural pieces of wire, whereas 0.8 sits right in the middle and you probably achieve both of those looks with that. Is that probably accurate? Or? Well,
with the 0.8 you can pretty much you can make your own findings, you can make your own clasps, you can do your own links, you can use it as base wires for weaving. So, you know, you can use it for gizmo, you can use it for so much. For me, it's my staple wire. You know, right, okay. I always have, my favourite combinations are 0.8 with 0.25 wire, because which is
0.25 is really the other end of the spectrum. That's very delicate.
But for the weaving, it's brilliant because it doesn't pull, and it creates really lovely delicate pieces. And for rings, I mean, everyone knows I love making rings. So you know, and for me, it's copper. So I would be getting a couple of.
Do you like copper wire?
A little bit, not much.
You should have mentioned it. Never seen any copper wire jewellery from Laura. We're messing around. Regular viewers know this is your favourite colour tone, isn't it?
It is, yeah.
Is that because the overall look of the actual jewellery, once you've completed your designs, does it just fit into your style? What?
I don't know.
Suit your hair colour and skin tone? We were talking about this.
I think it's a redhead thing, because Debbie Bolford loves these colours.
She's into the autumnal colours.
It is. It's the earthy colours. Yeah. And I had a lady on my course on Saturday, and she was redhead as well, and she was again exactly the same colour palette. So I think we're drawn to those more sort of copper earthy kind of colours. And for me, I just love the fact that you put it with something and it just changes the colour of it so much, and it can really make certain gemstones pop. Like with turquoise, if you put it with any of the like blues or anything like that, it just makes it pop. So for me, I just love that.
I love copper with purple, turquoise,
antique bronze, but then it works with silver as well. So it's very versatile, because you can go for these sort of multi-metal looks as well. You know, and copper rings, again, it's very similar to people. A lot of people call it rose gold. It's not rose gold, but it's got that similar tone.
Oh, absolutely.
So, you know, and if it's that in between.
That's interesting, actually, because I always describe rose gold as the most versatile metallic tone, and copper is basically the same colour, isn't it?
It's very similar, and so if you like that, and again, you could use your rose gold findings with your pieces and still have that, you know, and it will still blend, so it's something that you can combine with other.
It's all about versatility, I suppose, and that's the beauty of Jewellery Maker, because it gives you a chance to express yourself. So the copper tones are going to work for sort of contemporary designs as well as vintage designs. That work with any metallic tone. Just tend to work with lots of different gemstones, so versatility.
It changes the tones of things as well, you know, of stones and stuff. So yeah, for me, it's my favourite.
And of course, Laura is one of our most experienced and popular wire workers. If you ever want to emulate her designs, you need to get your copper wire. We're going to move on though, and we're going to bring you a double deal. This time in the form of gorgeous fluorite. Now this is quite an interesting gemstone. Gorgeous colour tones here, and actually these would work brilliantly with the copper wire actually, because not only do you get that high polish finish to the gemstones, but you've got quite sort of aquatic colour tones, if you like, sort of lagoon greens and blues there, even the odd sort of amethyst purple popping through as well. A clearance double deal here, 85 carats on each strand, and these come from our Gems of Distinction range, so these are generally considered to be the finest quality fluorite that we can source for you. The rondelles themselves actually range in size from 5x2 to 9x4, so quite a subtle graduation in the sizes, but it will certainly work within your designs. Love the high polish finish. It's definitely going to add to the look that you want to create. Now, even from our Gems of Distinction range, these strands would normally cost you $8.95 per strand, so less than £10 per strand any other day, which would give you an overall price of $17.90. But we're not staying there this evening. We are going to take it down to a clearance price tonight, $10.95. Buy one, get one for £2. And fluorite, of course, a very popular gemstone. It does display an optical effect known as fluorescence. Not always easy to show you in the studios because of the multiple light sources, but we might have just got it there. You see, as I tilt it back, you get that little inner glow from the gemstone. That's known as fluorescence, and that will definitely make an impact on your designs. And of course, some people might be aware of fluorite because it is related to the only gemstone that we mine for here in the UK. There is a mine in Derbyshire, and we mine for Blue John there, and that is related to fluorite. They're actually not part of any gemstone family, but Blue John will also display fluorescence, and that's the reason that they're related. If you do want to get involved with this deal, as you can expect, we're very, very busy this evening here at Jewellery Maker. We've been busy all day, and of course here on the Late Show, if you've already got an order up and running, if you've paid your $2.95, then why not take advantage of one of our clearance deals and maximise on that 1 P&P per day. Of course, if you are shopping with a fellow jewellery maker, it means that you are really making a massive saving, because that means you're paying what, £5.50 for a strand of Gems of Distinction fluorite? That's a hefty deal, isn't it, Laura?
Yeah,
like that?
It's gorgeous. I love fluorite.
There you go. Beautiful. Okay, we're going to move on, because these are going to be right up your street, Laura, especially for the winter period. You're going to like these. Gorgeous clarity, so it'll work with any other gemstone because of the neutrality, but look at the impact you can get from the size of the gemstones. 14mm plain round. So are these the kind of gemstones that you would lean towards, Laura?
Yeah, definitely. I would just be using them as a focal piece in a piece of jewellery, you know, just having that 1 or 2 stones, just, you don't need anything else.
You can almost cage them if you're
yeah, I mean,
quite competent and confident with your wire work.
There's a project on the third wirework DVD where we actually frame a large gemstone, so that would be a perfect stone for that, you know, put a couple of layers of weaves around it. But again, if you just do something simple like Viking knit, again I would just have one in the middle and just have 2 sections of Viking knit, so you'd have a really nice, cool...
That allows you to make a feature of the gemstone as well as the sort of technique, if you like, as well, doesn't it? Yeah. Fantastic. As I say, high impact gemstones here because they are 14mm in size, but also just have a look at that gorgeous clarity from the gemstones. They'll work with any other gemstone, and that high polish finish once again. Always 500 carats on each strand. So that means you're getting over 1,000 carats of clear quartz here as part of this deal. Normally there'd be $12.95 per strand. We are going to offer you a huge saving today. And actually, as we do enter into the sort of winter season, if you like, or certainly the craft fairs tend to come thick and fast over this period, you can add these jewellery right now for $17.95. People might be looking for that impact design to wear over the party season, or maybe even on the big day, on Christmas Day. People tend to have their own sort of jewellery design and outfit for Christmas itself, don't they?
Well, yeah, I mean, you could just put a couple of them on a neck piece and a pair of earrings out of them and a couple on a bracelet, and you've got a lovely set that's going to go with that black dress that you want to wear on that special day, isn't it, really?
Yeah,
or parties,
absolutely.
you know, you've got all these parties coming up.
Absolutely.
And they'll pick up any colour gemstone that you put next to them. So if you get a really cool sparkly sort of gemstone and put it in between those, that will make it really sparkle as well, because it'll pick up the colour.
So it's almost like these are, excuse the pun, but it's almost like they're a blank canvas.
Yeah.
They're going to give you an impact from their size, but they're not going to overpower the design, so you can pretty much add anything alongside them.
Yeah.
Perfect. And there you go, massive saving as well, down to $17.95 for both strands there, over 1,000 carats. We are actually going to continue in that vein, and we're now going to bring you clear quartz, but in a more subtle size and in a more characteristic cut. These are slightly off-centered ovals, or I mean, I would probably describe these as leaf shapes, actually. Okay, they're waved marquise cuts, apparently. There you go. But that probably has about as much relevance as how I've described them, in all honesty. They look like little leaves, don't they? Look at this. They're actually 14 by 8 millimeters in size, so you could use them still as the focal point of a design. You could build your design around these because they are quite large, but I'm just seeing those sort of torque necklaces with sort of vine leaf style designs. They'd work for those, wouldn't they?
They're really beautiful, and you could have a flower as a sort of focal and just have a few of those going around it. It'd be quite bridal as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So you could make something bridal with it. Or, I mean, imagine that in a nice, you could do like a ice winter kind of tiara.
Absolutely.
And
you have quite a nice flow to the gemstone, don't you, because of that shape, don't you? Yeah, no, absolutely. You can see there straight away the cogs are turning for Laura, so this is definitely a winner when it comes to your gemstone investments. $17.90, so normally $8.95 per strand. 80 carats on each strand, of course, so that means as part of this bundle you're getting 160 carats. Should be $17.90. This evening we are going to give you a clearance price of just $10.95 once again. Buy one, get one for £2. Now, we've been advising people to perhaps watch the Late Show alongside a fellow jewellery maker so you can maximise on these double deals. This is the best way for us to provide you with wholesale price points. We're always confident that we're providing you with the best value on the market, but when we start to bundle the strands together, we can work on more competitive margins, and of course we pass those savings on to you. So buy one, get one for £2 on your clear quartz here, but it's all about the cut and the shape of the gemstone there. Absolutely gorgeous. It will lend itself so brilliantly to so many different designs. And of course, if you do want to keep it very subtle, they are large enough to use maybe individually as earring droplets, or maybe even as a pendant.
They're really cute, and again, that's something that you can make an impact with, or that you can keep quite delicate pieces with. You know, just pop a little gemstone and one of those on a head pin, and that's all you would need for a pair of earrings. And again, that colourway is going to take any different gemstone that you want to add to it, and it's just going to change it completely.
You can make it as dramatic as you want. If you did have maybe a 4mm black agate faceted or something, you could put that monochrome effect achieved instantly.
But if you've got like a nice faceted rondo or something and pop that on with it, you get like quite a higher end looking piece.
Absolutely.
So it's something that you could really play about with.
There you go. So it's all about creative scope, and that's exactly what you are pretty much offered as a result of this particular bundle. We have had a message from one of our lovely customers, and this comes through from Stacey. If you want to get involved with the show, don't hesitate to start to interact with us. The number is 60777. Start your message with the phrase JM Studio. Alternatively, if you're shopping online, just click the message box and whatever you write will come through to us. Stacey has done just that. She says, "Evening Ed and Laura, loving the show already, hiding in the living room away from the thunder and lightning with a large but scared pooch." I've already experienced the exact same thing today, Stacey. I had both of my boys jumping all over me when the thunder was rattling around.
Didn't hear any thunder. I was travelling, so I probably
must have missed it. You were just like either
it was like
you were tracking the clouds. Yeah. Well, it was very much here, loud and proud. It's probably the most violent thunder I've ever heard.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
I had Freddie, my 3-year-old son, and Hooper, my dog, jumping around all over me because they were scared.
Aww.
In fact, I was on the phone to producer Liam when my dog tried to strangle me. That's true, isn't it? I was like, can you get off me? We're going to move on. We're going to give you another wire deal. This time we're going to focus more on the structural wire. So this really is at the other end of the spectrum. We didn't even touch upon this when we were talking about gauges, and it's because it's the largest gauge that we bring you, I believe so, 1.5 mil?
Yeah.
I don't think we do anything larger than that, actually. And you'd actually be hard pushed to work with things much larger. What's the largest gauge you've ever worked with, Laura?
I have worked with 2 mil, but we have done 2 mil, but in the raw copper.
Right. Okay.
And raw copper is a lot softer to work with because it is just pure raw copper, so it's no coating.
It's a bit more malleable as a result, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I tend to work with the 1.5. I love working with 1.5 for cuffs and bracelets, and I really love making bookmarks with mine as well, which is really random. But
do you know what? I've been talking a lot about the more quirky items that you might choose to present to your customers over the Christmas period at the craft fairs. Glasses chains, cufflinks, brooches, bookmarks, as you say. They're always popular, aren't they?
They are, and another thing that the 1.5 is really good for, if you're going down the quirky road, is a friend of mine used to do a party, for one of these sort of catalogue companies, and she's off to bring a bottle of something as a raffle prize. Right. And what you do is you can make, it's almost like making a ring, because they're brilliant for adjustable rings, but you always make like a ring with a spiral, and then you pop it on the top of the bottle, and then you can put a business card in it, or you can put like a, something in it, and then it's there.
So little card holder.
In effect, but it fits on the top of a bottle.
That's a great idea.
So it's quite cool. Fantastic. And that's quite cute as well. Yeah.
How's your the planning of your raffle going? Aren't you having a bit of a prize?
Oh yeah, we're doing something for the children to try and get some money off of their camp. Yeah, still I ended up buying both.
I thought you would.
And I took it to the mums, and they both went, "Oh, I can't decide either." So we're doing one for Christmas and one for Halloween.
Laura was trying to put together a little prize for an event she's doing, and we were shopping in the Jewellery Maker shop, and we were trying to make a decision.
We were all useless.
Probably the most unhelpful person ever, but at least if everybody was...
You all were.
Right, okay, everybody was caught with the same dilemma.
Everybody said, I like that one, and then the other half would say, I like that one. So yeah,
so you bought
bought both.
There you go. That's what tends to happen when you come here to our Jewellery Maker shop. The value's so incredible. It's just like shopping at home. And we're about to give you a clearance deal on 20 metres of 1.5 mil gold coloured copper wire. Already a huge number of people getting involved. Of course, we know that wire work enthusiasts are going to be tuned in tonight to get inspiration from Laura. This is your structural wire, available right now at a clearance price of $11.95. Buy one, get one for £2. Normally this would be $19.95. $19.90, my apologies. Oh, Rachel Riley's never going to give me a date with maths like that, is she? Actually, good point. She loves football, but she loves the wrong team, Liam. We won't get on for 2 days of the year. Yeah. Yes, Rachel Riley supports the rival football team to my football team, so that's why they're saying. To be honest, I don't think Rachel Riley's really going to be interested in me anyway. Let's face it. So I don't think that's the biggest drawback for her. That's me punching above my weight. $11.95 is your clearance price for your 1.5 mil wire. Okay, now, do you work with faceted rounds? Because they tend to be very popular with jewellery makers, and I think the reason for that is that they give you that very traditional sparkle. Here, not only do we offer you that beautiful faceted finish, but a very popular colour tone as well, because this is I suppose somewhere between a sky blue and a sort of neon blue, so it's maybe a swimming pool blue. Let's go along with that description, in fact. Do you find that faceted rounds tend to add a little bit of gravitas to your designs, Laura?
I've just been noticed that glamorous, don't they?
Yeah.
Can you imagine if you went out wearing a necklace of that? It's just everyone's gonna notice it, aren't they? Or just
Absolutely.
a bracelet, you know. And that was the kind of thing I was saying about with those larger white quartz that you had. If you put a couple of those in between them, that it would completely change the look of them. And it would suddenly sort of bling them up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. And all of a sudden they start to look more delicate because you put a larger round alongside them.
And because you've got that colour, it's reflecting in the stone as well.
I mean,
so
that's a real sort of winter wonderland look, isn't it? So that'd be great for the Christmas period.
That's lovely.
No, absolutely. Great idea from Laura there. Actually, do you know what? These almost have a sort of appetite look to them, don't they, in terms of the depth of colour.
Like that kind of neon appetite.
It's a bit of a pop of colour, actually, you're getting here, isn't it? These are actually coated quartz, so that colour tone has been applied to the gemstone after it's been faceted, and you can almost see that from the sort of interesting lustre that you get from the gemstone. It's to do with the way they've been coated as well as the way they've been faceted, so you're getting the effect from both treatments that have been added to this particular gemstone strand. They do come from our Gems of Distinction range, and normally it will be $9.95 per strand. But that doesn't sound like a clearance double deal, does it? That's what we're here to do here on The Late Show, to bring you add it to your order prices. And we've just taken this down to the clearance price of, is it $11.95? There you go. Buy one, get one for £2 once again. Sounds a little bit ridiculous when we say it out loud, but that is the best way for us to provide you with wholesale deals. Buy one, get one for £2. And the reason that we can offer you such competitive prices here at Jewellery Maker is purely down to the way that we operate. As part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, we have long-standing relationships with our gemstone suppliers and the mine owners all across the world, and we pass those savings on to you. In fact, when I was upstairs prepping for the show, there's a whole table of mine owners sitting around, so they're here in the building as part of the Gems TV 10th birthday celebrations, and so there's just miners from all around the world just sitting around having a chat in the building, so that's quite exciting. But that just goes to show you why we can offer you these prices. Please don't, you know, try to think that we're devaluing gemstones. We're not. We're trying to pass the savings we receive on to you. And whenever we create a wholesale bundle, the saving becomes a little bit more dramatic. Buy one, get one for £2 this evening. Looks like that is going to be a sellout deal, and we're going to continue in the same vein, but this time with a completely different cut. So this is a different look because this is your crackle quartz as opposed to your coated quartz. So you've got the texture not from the faceting and not from the coating, but instead from the inclusions that we've placed inside the gemstone. Again, these would work brilliantly alongside maybe some of our clear quartz. I'm thinking of maybe the waved marquise cuts. That'd look quite nice. You get that texture there. You get the uniformity in the blue quartz itself because they are 10 by 8mm octagon cuts, and it's those crackled inclusions that adds texture to the overall look of your jewellery designs. Absolutely exquisite. These are normally $7.95 per strand, so that in itself goes to highlight the value that we can offer you here at Jewellery Maker. But we're not going to bring you 90 carats for $7.95 this evening. Instead, we're going to bring you another double deal, 180 carats this time for just $10.95. And actually, if you think about the amount of time and labour that's gone into this particular strand, you've got to locate jewellery quality quartz. Of course, you've also then got to cut it to these very uniform sizes and shapes in terms of the octagons. And then, of course, we've placed these crackled inclusions inside the gemstone. That basically involves heating the gemstone up and then cooling it down very quickly, and that creates this quenched or crackled like effect. So quite a labour intensive strand, especially when you consider that we've then got to fly it to the other side of the world and put it on a live TV show and bring Laura on to show you what to do with all of these things. So not an easy process, but of course that's what we're dedicated to here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, making genuine gemstones as accessible as possible, and we do that by offering the best value on the market, $10.95 for 180 carats of gorgeous blue crackled quartz. We are going to leave that one with you, and we're going to move on because it is now time for a star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for a star buy, and you're going to find that our star buys come up every half an hour or so on the Late Show. It's our opportunity to present you with a wholesale opportunity or a premiere launch. So it might be that you find the Peridot or the Tanzanite, or it might be that we bundle a group of items together in order to lower the price point. We've just been explaining the concept behind that, so hopefully you understand, and regular viewers will already be well aware that our bundles offer you incredible value. We've put some of our polymer clay together here, always popular with crafters and jewellery makers, and here we've got a very versatile collection of colour tones. So you've got your turquoise tone and your sort of sky blue there. Then you've got the pearlescent clay, so you could actually add that to other colours to give it that pearlescent or sparkly effect. In fact, all of the accents give you that little bit of sparkle. I'll put them in order, so there you go. The turquoise accent, which has that pearlescence or that sparkle, this is actually known as pearl for that very reason. And then you've got this sort of vibrant lime green, but it does have an almost golden hue to it because of the sparkle. And then we've got your sort of lemon tone or sunshine, your ecru, which we touched upon Debbie Bulford's preferences earlier. She loves the ecru. I've done a couple of polymer clay DVDs with Debbie, and she says the ecru is the must-have. It's the one that tones down other colours, and she tends to show you how to mix and blend the colour tones to create any look that you want to create. Ecru is where it's at for that look. And then, as I say, you've got this sort of denim blue. Actually, it's actually described as denim blue, so that's a good description. Normally these are $1.95 per pack on our website, as far as I remember. Is that correct? Yeah, I think it's $1.95. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So what's that? £11.70. Normally, any other time. There you go, Rachel. That one was for you. If you have never worked with polymer clay before, just have a look at the kind of creations that can be achieved working in this medium. I think when we originally launched it, some people had a perception of the medium, of the material, that it would almost create sort of childish designs, if you like, but that's definitely been blown out the water by Jewellery Maker, and in particular Debbie's designs, I think. Yeah, I think there's a lot of scope with polymer clay. It's a really lovely medium, and again, it's something that you can mix with other mediums as well. Absolutely. You know, even if you just like to make beads and then put your beads into your projects, you know, for your macrame or wire work, anything like that. So you're not limited by Mother Nature. You can create any colour bead you want. Yeah, and you can create your own sort of lampwork beads. You can do anything you want. I mean, for me, I can't get this out of my house because my daughter will just be sat there. But in the same respect, if you ever want your children to be quiet for like a couple of hours, just get this out. It's amazing. But you know, you can do fun thing with the children, but then you can do proper things, jewellery making and things for yourself as well. I mean, Debbie does little trinket boxes. Oh, they're amazing. You know, and they're so cool. And then she does these big collars, and it's just amazing. I just love it. I've seen those little trinket boxes. You can even make them into almost like little locket designs, can't you? Yeah, they're fantastic. So cool. But then again, I saw your designs that you had made with your children on Facebook, where you're doing the characters out of a certain film. Yeah, that. Frozen. Frozen, yeah, Frozen. Elsa and Anna. We did Elsa and Anna and Olaf, but Olaf's head kept falling off. So yeah. There you go. A polymer clay special here. So normally this would be £11.70. We are going to give you a saving this evening because we've created a wholesale bundle on your behalf in order to provide you with a clearance deal. 57-gram packs of your Primo Sculpey clay. Normally £1.95 per block. and we're going to take them down to about £1.50 per block. Is that correct? There you go, down to £8.95. So under £10 for all 6 blocks here. And we have got some very impressive designs if you look at these kind of looks here. And if you are thinking, how on earth do you use this to create Disney characters, then don't panic. We are going to bring you up the Sculpey clay carving tools. Are coming up in the next hour. I'll show you this. They're very professional looking, aren't they? So there you go. We'll show you how to get a little bit more intricate with your polymer clay medium in the next hour. Well, I won't show you how to do it, but we'll bring you the tools so you can do it yourself. How about that? So those are coming up in the next hour of the show, so make sure that you stay tuned. £8.95 for our polymer clay bundle here. 6 blocks, normally £11.70, but tonight take advantage of the saving down to £8.95. And there you go, down to £7.95. Producer, not content with the saving he'd already offered you, pushing as far as we possibly can to give you the best value on the market. That's our job here at Jewellery Maker. And of course, the more people that come on the phone lines, the lower we can go, because we can be a little bit more confident that the items are going to sell out. And that, of course, gives us scope, because we can then get new and exciting items into our warehouse. So anytime we get the opportunity to sell an item out, we can afford to go that a little bit lower. The more people that come on the phone lines, the lower we will go. Of course, placing an item in your basket or dialing the free phone number doesn't sort of guarantee the item. It doesn't mean that you're totally committed. It's just a signal of intent. It allows us to judge how popular the item is, and therefore, as I say, go a little bit lower on the prices. But of course, that also gives you the flexibility. You do have a 30-day money-back guarantee here at Jewellery Maker, so I'd never put unnecessary pressure on you. It wouldn't be worth it, because of course, if you get it home, it doesn't suit your designs, you'll send it straight back anyway. So always make an informed decision based on the value we offer you, and of course whether it suits your design. £7.95, an incredible clearance deal, and we're going to move on. Coming up in just 20 minutes time now, our next star buy, and this is going to be perfect for so many jewellery designers over the winter period. Probably some of our most popular cuts, the 4mm and the 6mm rounds, and we've doubled up on those. Gorgeous crackled or quenched effect in those gemstones, and that ever popular sky blue tone, and that's coming up in 20 minutes time at a star buy price point. We're going to kick off now with some top drilled faceted droplets. These are so perfect for so many different designs. This is black onyx, of course synonymous with jewellery design, whether it's on the high street with high street jewellers or the charm shop, or of course some of the most luxurious designers in the world. If you think about the likes of Cartier and Gucci, often utilising black onyx, because for me it's about the finish on the gemstone, all about that gorgeous lustre, that reflective quality that you get from black onyx, which I believe adds elegance and sophistication to any design. Perfect for evening wear, of course. And we know that top drill drops are very popular with customers, because it allows you to incorporate these into the more classic looks that you might like to create in the form of your matching sets. You can use them in popular motifs, maybe as the petals on flowers or leaves. I mean, how do you tend to use top drilled black onyx, Laura? Is this something that you would incorporate into your designs?
Yeah, I actually had someone something similar on my show on last week, and I put one in a ring, and then I just made some sort of large hooks, you know, like the drops that come in the kits,
Yeah.
Just made some large hooks and just put a single drop on either side. You know, you just get that statement. And then I teamed it with gold, and then again a simple little pendant. I just think they're gorgeous, and you know, there's lots of options with them. You can make a feature out of the larger ones, simple earrings, but then you can cascade a load of them together and have that real dramatic sort of necklace.
Yeah, I love that look.
You know,
so I suppose it's about, again, you know, scope, and you can afford to be quite sparing with them because they do have that high impact. Yeah. But again, if you do choose to cluster them,
you get a real big impact. You know, I'd get some gold chain and then sort of almost knot it like it was a knot, and then with the sort of different lengths, put cascades
waterfall cascade.
of the things, and have that just like with a nice dress. That would be a real impact piece. And again, you still wouldn't have to use the whole lot. You'd still get a pair of earrings out of it to match with it.
Absolutely. Yeah. And black and gold is quite a dramatic combination, isn't it? Yeah. Again, it does lend itself to sort of elegant evening wear, I suppose. You get 65 carats on this particular strand, and the droplets range in size from 9x6 to 15x7mm in size. This has only ever been available once prior to this evening, and we are now dealing with the last of stock opportunity. And when I see that price point, it all becomes clear. I understand why these have been flying out the door when they were launched. $7.95, as I say. Second bite of the cherry could be your final bite of the cherry, really, because we know black onyx is going to be popular, particularly as people do start to develop as jewellery designers. They tend to become more aware of the gemstones that will attract attention and that people are aware of, and onyx is one of those gemstones, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a name that people recognise, I think, and so if you said that's onyx, people go, oh, that's a gem, because, you know, not everybody has the gemstone knowledge, you know, not everyone's crafty. If you want to give it as a gift to somebody and, you know, you're saying this is onyx, they're going to recognise it. Actually, I recognise that, that's a gemstone, you know, if you said it was something like that. You know, a lot of people don't know labradorite, you know.
No, you're quite right.
You're able, but they recognise.
You actually made me have a little eureka moment, because I was thinking, often when we talk about gemstones, we're thinking about their applications within jewellery design, but often, well, more often than not, people are creating designs to either sell or give as gifts, and so something that's recognisable to the receiver is massively important, isn't it?
It might also have meaning as well. I used to have a cat called Onyx. He was black. I'd like to point out, I didn't name him, I adopted him, and when I adopted him, he'd already been named Onyx.
Right, okay.
So, you know, for me, if someone gave me a little
gemstone lover.
Yeah, and this was before I was doing gemstones. It was a long, long time ago, before I even did, Onyx and Monty, bless them, they're not here anymore, but, so for me, if someone if my mum bought them and made me a little pair of earrings and said, oh, you know, little black onyx makes me think of onyx, you know, for me, that would be personal, so things like that as well.
That's quite good. That's another consideration. You don't know what people's personal association will be with a gemstone. They might have, you know, their own personal connection. It might be their birthstone. They might have had a pet named that. Are there any gemstones named Hooper? Hooper the Labradorite.
You could swing it. We could work with that.
There you go. Tenuous at best. Okay, we're going to move on from that one. I knew you were going to say that then. I'm excited about this. Shall I tell you why I'm excited? This particular item was... Oh, really? Was included in the most successful jewellery making kit I've ever presented to you on Jewellery Maker. Yeah, we put it on screen and it sold out before we even got over to the designer desk to do the demonstration. It was a $34.95 kit, so you know, it was a little bit more
substantial,
that's a great word, than some of the kits we do bring you. I mean, I've seen prices as low as $17.95 for our starter jewellery kits. This was a little bit more all-encompassing, I have to say, and it's because it did include a number of different mediums, and one of those items was these sari threads. You get 400 meters across 3 reels. Well, I do know how it works, but I still don't want to work it out. The reason it works out is because they're done by weight, and that is the equivalent to length, so I don't know how they figure it out. But anyway, 400 meters across 3 reels here. Yeah, but 133.333 recurring still, even if you work it out to, so... Let's not start talking semantics when it comes to mathematics. Okay, we've got more interest than bundles available, so I'm going to leave that. I'm really sorry. There are phone buyers that came through as well, so it's not, it wasn't sort of tended towards web buyers. Last of stock deals, that's what we do here on the Late Show. My apologies if you miss out, but that's why you've got to get on the phone lines early. Moving on now to a multi-strand of beryl. Again, one of the finest quality samples of beryl we've ever brought you here at Jewellery Maker. I'm going to have to stop saying that soon because this is pretty much the benchmark these days, isn't it?
I love beryl as well. I think it's gorgeous.
Why do you love it then?
I just love it because it's, again, it's that pale range of colours. It's translucent, you know, you get that lovely mix of colours as well.
Absolutely.
So for me, that's like a little taster strand. You get the sort of, the little mix of morganites and the little aquamarines, they're all on there. I know not technically, but...
Pick and mix of gemstones. No, I can see where you're coming from. No, you are. You're exactly right. You've got here, I would say, you've got heliodor, morganite, aquamarine, and, one goshenite as well, I think.
Yeah. So I think just to have all of that, and I think it's really lovely if you're a bit unsure, you've got them all there. And you know, they're going to go with something, even if it's a little pair of earrings. And be able to say you've got a pair of morganite earrings.
Well, we don't have beryl in the polished rounds very often. So that's interesting in itself. And when we do, they're not often this sizable, because these are 6 to 7 millimeters. So you could absolutely just put one gemstone in each earring droplet.
Just on a hook. That's what I
think. A gorgeous everyday pair of earrings, wouldn't it? But you know, you're wearing a very prestigious gemstone.
Yeah.
I mean, it is quite an interesting gemstone family, actually. Aluminium, beryllium, silicate. I think that's correct for once. That's the chemical name for beryl, and it's the only gemstone that takes its family name from its chemical composition. And here we've got almost every member of that gemstone family on the strand. I think we're only missing emerald. And of course, you know that when you find emerald, you're not going to probably be able to put it on a multi gemstone strand. Well, I think we have in the past, but alongside sapphires and
ruby. Yeah,
rubies,
like a little, again, a little sort of taster.
Yeah, that's another example of this, isn't it? And I suppose the beautiful thing about this is that, like Laura started to touch upon there, is that you can maybe use this as a little morganite collection, a little aquamarine collection, a little heliodor collection, or you can look at it as complementary colour tones, because they're all those pastel shades. You've got the sky blues, the feminine pinks, and really interesting form of heliodor here. So rather than it being the very bold golden tones, these are quite subtle, almost a sort of green hue that's coming through from your heliodor on this one, so it gives you that little bit of vibrancy as well. I mean, I myself am really drawn towards beryl because, coming from a more traditional gemstone background, I know the popularity of morganite within luxury jewellery and aquamarine in luxury jewellery. Heliodor tends to be more, well, I think it is a little bit of a neglected member of the beryl family, if I'm honest with you, because you do get this gorgeous array of colour tones, ranging from the sort of golden greens to the very bright sort of buttercup yellows on some occasions. Absolutely gorgeous colour saturation here, because I think sometimes when we think about gemstones, we do apply a more traditional criteria to the judgment of the gemstone. We're looking for that very bold colour tone, that deep saturation of colour, but actually when you're designing your own jewellery, you need a little bit of subtlety sometimes, don't you? Yeah. And
I think also, like you were saying about the fact that it's got all these other different stones, we do sometimes have morganite, we do sometimes have aquamarine. We don't ever have the other gemstones.
No.
So you can never get them as a strand. So
absolutely.
For me, it's an opportunity to get those different gemstones and actually see them and see what they're like, because they don't come on a gemstone strand on their own at all.
No, great point actually. It's rare that we'll bring you the more alternative varieties as an individual strand. In fact, I think probably last week was the first time I'd ever presented heliodor or golden beryl as an individual strand, as a star pie. So that's, you know, a long time coming. So you're quite right, it's a little bit rarer to get some of these alternative gemstones. You've got aquamarine and morganite here. We know how prestigious they are, but also a very interesting form of Peridot. The other thing about this strand is, of course, you've got the perfect rounds here. And that really goes to highlight the quality of the gemstones in terms of the saturation of colour and the clarity, because there's nowhere to hide. Sometimes when a lapidus is faceting the gemstone, that will allow you to maybe sort of mask a certain inclusion or maximise on a carat weight. Here, you have to be 100% confident in the quality of the gemstones if you are creating that polished round. And I think that that's evident in the cut and the quality. And it's also represented in the price point. 50 carats of multicoloured beryl here for $79.95. I do understand that, you know, for some people, if you are a hobbyist, if you're more of a crafter, might be considered slightly out of your gemstone budget. But for elite jewellery makers who are starting to receive personal commissions, this could be a must-have. Now, I've got a lot of people placing this in their basket. Don't forget, you need to check out to avoid disappointment. I'd hate for anybody to miss out on this very prestigious strand because they left it hanging around in their basket, if you like. So make sure you check out to avoid disappointment. We're going to move on. And another jet black gemstone here. This time, the Master of Disguise. Gorgeous spinel. Now, the reason that spinel is known as the Master of Disguise is that it's often mistaken for other gemstones. So black spinel is traditionally mistaken for black diamonds, and the reason for that is that you'll find that you actually get greater luster from spinel than you do from a black diamond. Often diamonds are a little bit more included. Of course, we know that diamonds are the benchmark, I suppose, for all gemstones due to, well, effective marketing. That's the only reason I can see for it. Sorry. And spinel shares a crystal structure with a diamond, so you get the same refractive index, and that's why you get this gorgeous reflective quality known as luster. These are gorgeous because they're faceted rondelles. They range in size from 4x3 to 6x4, and it does come from our Gems of Distinction range. This is our price point this evening for 75 carats. Oh. There you go then. What can I say? I was getting a bit shocked because it was just like, we've got more people on the phone lines than strands available, and I was thinking, well, we haven't even shown them the price yet. I guess regular viewers maybe either missed out on this previously, or if you're shopping at JewelleryMaker.com, the price will come up immediately. Yeah. So you were more informed than I was. I was falling in love with the gemstone. Little did I know we were going to take it under £10. We're going to move on because it has been a sellout. My apologies once again if you missed out. If you've got it placed in your basket, check out. We're going to move on. Wow. Now this, once again, pretty much covers all the bases as a jewellery designer, because you get a very unique finish to the gemstones. Each and every gemstone is completely individual, in fact, due to the banding. They're going to work alongside any other gemstone because of the neutrality and the colour tone. And then you've got a very large carat weight on each gemstone, so you could use them as the focal point of a design, so you could use them as a pendant, for example, or because they're a little bit sort of more neutral, you could build a design around it. You could go above and beyond. You could create a really intricate look. I mean, I'm thinking about maybe a Laura Binding wire work pendant with one of these in the centre. Yeah, you like that idea? Definitely. I love that, and again, it's because it's got that pattern in it. It's got that interest. Yes. I love anything that's got something a little bit unusual that's going to draw your eye. I mean, look at that. That's awesome. Could that potentially sort of inspire the kind of wirework setting that you create? Yeah, could you try to mirror the banding? Or? Yeah, you could. I mean, for me, I would put that in a woven pendant, and I wouldn't cover that stone. I would let the stone be the centre of the pendant and let the weaving be on the outside of it. And then again, because of that type of pattern, it would sort of
mirror it anyway.
Yeah,
but I would probably put copper with that, and I know that's a bit mad, but I would do that because if I put silver with it, it could get lost in amongst the silver.
Oh, I agree with that. So you need a contrast sometimes in order to make the gemstone pop.
Yeah, so I would probably put the copper with it so that it, you know, or gold or something. No, probably not even gold. I would go with copper just because that tone, and it would really make it pop out.
Yeah, because again, the gold is offering that opulence that might detract from the stone, whereas the copper offers you that earthiness that you were describing earlier. No, it absolutely makes sense to me. And I love these sort of pebble grey tones. Well, you can probably tell. but again, that might make it suitable for masculine as well as feminine design, so more versatility as well.
Definitely. And again, you could just have one as a focal on a cuff. You could have one as a ring, you know, and you could have one, you know, a statement sort of ring. I mean, that would be just cool just like that, wouldn't it? Or like, say, for me, it would be pendants and maybe a cuff.
But I mean, a cocktail style ring featuring that gemstone would definitely work, because of course you've got Mother Nature's influence in the banding. That hasn't been created by us, that's all Mother Nature's hard work. And of course, maybe you're not dedicated to wire work like some of our designers. Maybe you tend to rely on macrame settings, for example. You can see how effective it will look inside those kind of designs. You could actually just create the exact same look, couldn't you, there? And it will be just as dramatic.
And again, look at that colourway. Can you imagine if that stone was in there with that colourway? It makes it pop.
The black and the gold, absolutely.
So I think, you know, it's about looking at the stone, you know, for me, like I said, if it was in silver, it would get lost. It wouldn't sort of stand out, but it needs something to make it jump out.
No, I agree. That's a top tip, really, and that's the reason that we're joined by our expert wirework designer this evening. Laura's here until 9 PM to provide. Oh, do you know what? There were so many people coming to the phone lines, I thought we'd already bring you the price, but we hadn't. But that explains why we've got buyers from across the globe coming through before we've even put the price point on screen. Congratulations to our customers all across the UK, as well as buyers in the States as well. $6.95 for grey crazy agate, and you get over 500 carats on this particular strand. They are high impact gemstones, 30 by 22 millimeters in size. Well, now I'm going to move on. I'm going to bring you a Gems of Distinction strand, this time in the form of next month's birthstone, actually. Key consideration for a lot of jewellery makers is investing in birthstones, and of course, if you do want to create birthstone jewellery, maybe for craft fairs, but maybe for a special gift for a loved one, you really want to be investing in our Gems of Distinction range. You want to show that level of thought, but also professionalism. You want to be able to present somebody special with something very special. In fact, I don't think she'll be watching right now, but if you are, then my grandmother's going to receive a piece of birthstone jewellery tomorrow morning. Hopefully, depending on the postal service. So yeah, I actually know straight away that birthstone jewellery does tend to show that slightly higher level of thought for a gift, certainly. Wouldn't you agree, Laura?
Definitely. I mean, the thing is, I've got some citrine, again, not that cut, but in a different cut and the clarity, and because it was a higher end, I made a pendant out of it, and someone straight away said to me that even though her mum's birthday is in October and it's opal, she loves that citrine colour, she loves those orangey colours, so she's really torn now between to go for opal or whether the citrine, because she just, the colour of it, so you know, even though you've got that sort of birthstone meaning behind it.
Do you know what? It's almost a consideration, because sometimes the way to introduce people to gemstone jewellery is to get them their birthstone, and then people start to develop an interest, and maybe their taste starts to develop as a result. So then they think, well, I'm not bothered about my birthstone because it's opal.
Love that,
I love citrine. So it still sort of informs their choice and their the desirability for certain designs, doesn't it?
And I think also it's not just about your birthstone, but about people in your family, you know.
True.
It's like Christmas, you might, you know, it might be a Christmas present for somebody, but it just because you're giving it to them in December doesn't mean that you can't give them their birthstone gemstone for their for Christmas or for Mother's Day, you know, so it doesn't have to be given to them in a month of their birthday, it can still be a gift.
Not. I think that's a key consideration for people who are selling their designs at Christmas craft fairs. You should have a selection of birthstone jewellery, because if I went to a Christmas craft fair and somebody was like, oh, do you like these cufflinks? I'd be looking for the moonstone cufflinks because my birthday's in June. It's my birthday. It doesn't matter that we're in December. I want more moonstone.
I want my birthstone. It doesn't matter that it's not my birthday.
Yeah, exactly.
Being a diva, I want it now. Yeah, so it's perfectly...
You know me so well.
It's June babies, see, I'm the same. But, you know, there is that. And also there's the fact that you can do something with lots of different people's gemstones on it as well. You know, have that as the feature and then have complementing gemstones that represent people and their family members in their lives around it. Absolutely.
This is actually November's birthstone, so a great time to be investing in citrine. Currently available on our website at $17.95. Right now we're about to honour the launch price of $12.95, so we've just put £5 back in your pocket for that particular strand, and it is of course gems of distinction quality, fantastic clarity, gorgeous colour tone and fantastic faceting as well. $12.95 is the clearance price for the next 60 minutes. We've got to move on because it's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy, and this is a wholesale bundle. So we've taken a collection of gemstone strands, we've bundled them together to create a clearance price point. On this particular bundle, we have taken your sky blue crackled quartz. I think we were touching on this earlier. There is a variation in the colour, so sometimes you get that more pastel sky blue tone, other times you're going to get sort of neon blue hue. And I think when you do look at these strands as a whole, we described it as a swimming pool blue. So it's somewhere in between all of those colour hues, and of course that's influenced by the crackled inclusions that we've placed inside the gemstones. These are very, very popular cuts in terms of your 6 and 4mm rounds. And well, you're getting a rather fantastic carat weight here, because you've got 180 carats of your 6mm rounds and 90 carats of your 4mm rounds. Now the 6mm rounds tend to lend themselves to the more traditional jewellery designs, although I've seen people creating very intricate designs using those, and the 4mm rounds really, really popular at the moment because of their versatility in a number of different disciplines, so soutache, macrame, Viking knit, bead looming, wire work of course, and of course your classic beady beads. So the list goes on and on. They're just a very, very versatile cut because they're a little bit more delicate, but they're not so small that it makes it difficult to achieve the technique, if you like. Here, not only do you have that beautiful colour tone, which I think is quite high impact, I mean it does lend itself towards being used with a number of different colour tones, but at the same time it tends to work with every single metallic tone. I mean, I'm sorry to hark back to the copper, but coppers and blues just look gorgeous together, don't they?
It's got to be, hasn't it, really? You know, and you've got those, they're perfect for rosary links.
Oh, yes,
you know, so if you want to do that like rosary link chain and have that pendant, you've got that option. And like you say, you pop it with the copper and it's just going to really make that real electric piece of jewellery. But then it also looks amazing with silver. Yes, it's one of those that just looks amazing with any colour really, but copper and silver are really going to make it sort of pop but in different ways. You could do the same piece in silver and copper and you would have completely different looks.
Because the copper sort of adds warmth to it, whereas the silver really almost brings out that icy tone. Yeah, no, absolutely. Again, all about versatility. We never sort of dictate to you what you have to do with the gemstones. It's all about expressing your own personality and I suppose trying to push yourself as a designer and see what you can achieve. And the 4 and 6mm rounds, especially the polished rounds, do lend themselves to any technique, any style, and that's why they're so popular, I guess.
Definitely, and like you say, they just go into so many different mediums. You know, I would do a Viking knit chain and fill it with those gemstones. Really? So I'd do quite an open knit, and then just put them inside. And if you did that with using either coloured wire,
you wouldn't
really
need my help then, because you wouldn't put it through.
No, because you don't get to draw it through loads. No. It's the only reason you want to help me with my Viking is you can just reduce the fun part. The fun part. I'll do all the hard work and then you just Yeah.
Story of my life, Laura.
Yeah. No, sorry to disappoint.
That's why I'm a presenter. Everybody else does all the hard work putting the show together, and then I get all the fun of touching the lovely gemstones. Okay, 2 strands of each cut here, so 2 6mm round strands and 2 4mm round strands, perfect for so many different disciplines, and of course one of the most versatile and eclectic colour tones you could ever hope for. Here comes your wholesale price as a star buy opportunity. $17.95 for 4 strands of gemstones. That works out less than £5 per strand this evening for crackled quartz in your 6 and 4mm rounds. Absolutely phenomenal deal. Great wholesale deal, and $17.95 offers you a bit of a saving this evening. And of course, if you want to maximise on your 1 P&P per day, these are the opportunities to be taken hold of. Of course, if you are shopping with a fellow jewellery maker, it's quite easy to split this bundle, isn't it? Because you both get a 4mm and a 6mm strand.
Yeah. Job done, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely.
This is why me and my mum can't watch the Late Show together, because we're just a nightmare. And we end up
buy everything.
Yeah, buy everything, and if it doesn't come in an opportunity like that, we end up buying 2 of them anyway. So, yeah.
What can I say? The value's just too good to be true. Of course, that's because we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, so if you do want to take advantage of these deals, please dial that free phone number right now to get involved. And of course, if you're shopping it at JewelleryMaker.com, and you've placed this in your basket, you need to check out to avoid disappointment, because I can't guarantee we'll be able to bring you this kind of value forever here at Jewellery Maker. If you do want to add this to your order, it is available at just $17.95, but of course these wholesale deals, the star buy opportunities, are only ever available for 60 minutes, so please add that to your basket right now and make an informed decision based on your 30-day money-back guarantee. We are going to move on. We're going to go to a quick break, but when we return, we will be inching ever closer to the premiere launch of some of the finest Peridot that we have ever seen here at Jewellery Maker, American Peridot, and it will be launched in just 20 minutes time. We're going to give you an exclusive launch price on that this evening, so make sure you get involved early, because of course we only have a limited number available. We're going to go to a quick break. Don't move a muscle. We'll be back in 2.
Do you have a question that you need answering?
Well, did you know you can ask to speak to an accredited jewellery professional in our call centre?
Trained by the GIA, you can ask us any gemological question and we'll do our best to help.
We don't just sell gemstones, we know gemstones.
That's why when you buy from us, you're buying with confidence. Buy your genuine gemstones from genuine accredited jewellery professionals.
Join guest designer Laura Binding on our intermediate wirework course. The aim of the course is to enhance your wirework skills and take your designs to the next level. You will learn more advanced weaving and binding techniques, which you can incorporate into your jewellery. The full course includes a selection of gauges of wire, a generous scoop of mixed gemstones, a copy of the Wirework Tutorial DVD Edition 3, a buffet-style lunch and refreshments, a tour of the studios and chance to meet the presenters, and a visit to our Gemstone Museum. All of this for just £79.95. To book your place, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655. Jewellery Maker, bringing out the designer in you.
Did you know you can purchase incredible jewellery featuring genuine gemstones on our sister channel Gems? Come along and see what treasures you can find.
This week, Jewellery Maker has an exclusive offer for all our customers. Our pick of the week is this fantastic pearl bundle. Jam-packed with precious white and mulberry cultured pearls, beautiful keshi pearls, 2 strands of clear quartz and silver-coloured pearl threading material. All of this for just $49.95. To get your hands on this amazing offer, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Jewellery Maker is your one-stop shop
for all your jewellery making needs.
Our mission is to provide you with the best quality products,
value for money and excellent customer service.
Come and learn with us.
Tune in every day from 9 AM to 9 PM.
Jewellery Maker. Create, wear, share.
Are you new to jewellery making? Then tune in to our Designer Inspiration Show every day between 1 and 5 for our new 2 sections. We'll help you get started and give you all the knowledge and inspiration you need. Also, we'll be introducing you to a new medium every day. Whether you're a beginner or intermediate, we've got everything you need to get you started with a new hobby. The Designer Inspiration Show, only on Jewellery Maker.
American Peridot coming up for you in just 20 minutes time. Probably some of the finest Peridot we've ever brought you, and we will be talking more depth about the gemstone when we launch that strand. We also have an exclusive launch price for you. If you do need to inject that little bit of vibrancy into your designs, or maybe Peridot is just a gemstone that you are passionate about, please make sure you're on the phone lines early, otherwise you're going to miss out, because we only have a limited edition number of that particular strand, so I expect it to sell out at around about 6:30 PM. Make sure you're dialing early. You do have a 30-day money-back guarantee, so there's no risk involved in shopping from us here at Jewellery Maker. You can always send it back if you're not 100% convinced, but I have to say this Peridot is taking our breath away, so you please be on the phone lines early. Now, in the previous hour, in fact at 5:30, we brought you a little bit of a wholesale bundle on our polymer clay, and we touched upon the idea of maybe trying to create a little bit of fun with the actual medium by maybe creating characters, and of course it gives you the opportunity to introduce your children to the idea of working with polymer clay, because that can spark their interest. I mean, these are the kind of items as well which again lend themselves to sort of quirkier items of gemstone jewellery or bespoke jewellery, sorry, in the form of maybe key rings, something like that, you say? Would that be popular, yeah?
Yeah, definitely. I've sat down and made, I've taken clay down to the caravan with us before, and both of my children have sat down and made little charms that we've put on key rings to give to Nanny and Grandad when they come down and join us.
Fantastic.
Nothing, you know, I mean, you know, just stamping, a bit of glitter or something in the oven, they're happy.
Job's a good one. There you go. Now, one of the ways to make this whole process a little bit easier is to invest in the carving tools. Now, this is a 12-piece set, and I have to say we have done our homework when it comes to this particular set of tools, and you can pay a pretty penny for this particular sort of set of carving tools. I don't know exactly what an identical set would cost you from other suppliers, but I have seen similar tools for much, much higher price points elsewhere. We, of course, are going to provide you with the best value in the market. It all comes to you in this little set of 12, which also is provided in this handy carry case. I will show you the tools you're going to get. In fact, if I fold that back, you'll be able to see the sort of finishing tools that you get here. They're little sort of little mini scalpels and things like that, aren't they? Just for shaping the actual texture of the polymer clay, and therefore creating those distinctive character shapes. So this is your 12-piece set. So well, I can't think of any tools that you haven't got as part of this. Really, really experienced polymer clay artists might have developed an even larger set of tools, I suppose, but this is certainly more than proficient, even for quite experienced polymer clay artists, I would say.
I think it's got everything you need in there. You know, it's portable, so you can just roll upstairs, bring it with you. And it is definitely, like you say, it's one thing I found when I was making those characters with my children. It was like, you know, these little marks in their dress and stuff like that, and I'm literally trying to find toothpicks and things to try and make these marks. When you've got it all there, and you can get exactly the look you want, and also blend in. There's tools in there that, you know, you can use to blend, so that you can actually, you know, take away those join marks if you've added pieces together, and you can just help smooth it and sort of blend it down. And it's like the sort of like the flat shaped ones are the ones that would do it, because you would just kind of almost like
this kind of.
Yeah, you can kind of just gently go over, and it's sort of almost like, you know, just pulling the clay over and then just blending it to get rid of that line. So say you add one bit to another bit, you get that join, don't you? You just want to get rid of those joins and those seams.
This is described as a 12-piece set, but really it's more like a 24-piece set, because they're all double-ended. So if you look at this side, like Laura was just describing there for the sort of blend technique, and then you've got the broader side. Oh, sorry, I really. So there you go. So that's the broader end, and then that's the thinner end, and this is true of all of these. Look at this. So it's really more like a 24-piece set, because they're all double-ended. So you definitely got the tools for the job here. I think
you've just got everything you need, haven't you?
You'd be hard pushed to find something you couldn't create using this particular set. I almost feel like a dentist just holding these.
Yeah, they have got that kind of.
It's a bit scary, isn't it?
It is a bit scary.
There you go. But you know, the other thing is, do you know what? I'm just gonna put this out there. Some people are gonna get involved in polymer clay. And if you're anything like me, I'm one of those people who truly believes that I can do anything until I try to do it. So I always think, yeah, I can do that. Yeah, I can make a pair of trousers. and then I try and do it, and like, yeah, these don't fit me. So I think, there'd be people out there who do have that level of confidence. You think you can do something, then you start to do it, and you think, that doesn't look like anything, let alone a popular animated character. Whereas when you've got the tools, you can almost feel a little bit vindicated in having that confidence, because you know that given the time, you will be able to create that detail. Okay, loads and loads of people flying through on the phone lines for this one. It's always been popular, and once again, look, oh wow, no wonder it looks like it's going to be a sellout deal. It's less than £10 for all these tools. Do you have these?
No, I ended up having to buy, before you got those, plastic ones from a shop in Bristol, and I think I paid about £6.95 for about 4 little plastic pieces as well. Yeah, it wasn't a lot.
Plastic tools.
Yeah, I had to buy a couple of different packs to try and cover all of my tools, because there was a couple of different ones, and again they were all plastic, and I had to choose a couple of them just to try and get that range.
Oh, so it's about compromise, really.
Whereas there you've got them all together.
Yeah. So that is a key consideration for a lot of jewellery makers. You don't really want to have to make compromise in what you want to achieve. If you've got everything as part of one kit for less than £10.
Yeah.
Well, that's just fantastic. Loads of people adding that to their order, so we are going to move on. And if you did miss out on the polymer clay deal, I think there's probably about 10 minutes left on that. So, 20 minutes left on that polymer clay deal. So head to the website and you can add that to your order. Move on now. All right, no need for that. These are your rose gold plated jump rings, and my producer just said, you might have mentioned this before, but have you ever done a chainmail design, Ed? Yes, I have. I've done three whole chainmail designs. I'm proud of myself. That's why I mentioned it. Now, I see. They're just taking the mickey out of me. Why not? Why not? Now you've got 50 pieces as part of this. Is chainmail something that you've considered getting involved in? If so, I can tell you why I got involved in it. So if chainmail is something you've thought about incorporating into your designs, the reason I leant towards it is because you always get quite a professional finish. So even if you're not particularly au fait with jewellery design and the techniques involved, as soon as you've mastered the, what's it called again?
Byzantine.
Byzantine
weave.
As soon as you've achieved the weave that you want to achieve, I was going to say. Goodness me. Then you can actually mirror that throughout your design, and it will give you a very uniformed look. As long as you close the jump rings correctly, it's going to look like a professional piece of jewellery.
Yeah.
So that's why I leant towards it. Maybe that's something you've thought about. These are rose gold plated sterling silver, so instantly you're adding value to your designs if you're incorporating rose gold plated silver into the piece, aren't you? And you don't, and like you say, like the you know, one of the easiest links I think is the Byzantine. Yeah. And all you need to do is one little link and a drop, and that's a pair of earrings made. And you would have enough out of that little selection there to be able to do that. You know, those little, what we thought were like little icy leaves, those little drops. They would look really cool if you just had one of those hanging off of a link or anything. You could put any gemstone and it just looked really cool. Absolutely. And also, if you do just include a little subtle piece of chainmail into your designs, it gives you that little bit of extra texture as well, doesn't it? Because they do look a little bit different, don't they? Yeah. And you don't have to limit yourself to the Byzantine weave, of course, because some of these chainmail weaves do get very, very elaborate. Somebody sent me a picture that had over 2,500 jump rings in a necklace design. Wow. So that's pretty impressive, isn't it? That's pretty, that's good. I have done a piece before with about 5 or 6 different weaves in it. I got in chainmailing when I was pregnant with Jackson because I was so huge with him. It was far too much effort to try and go up and down the stairs to try and get my stuff, so I had all my jump rings in a little box and just sat down and I could just sit in a chair and make it, it was all there. But I absolutely love doing chainmail, again, because there's so much variety out there. Well, that actually sort of highlights the draw towards chainmail for lots of different people. So from my point of view, I wanted something quite contained that would look quite professional when I completed the design, and you I just couldn't be bothered to go up and down the stairs. But for the same reason, really, although you had a much better sort of vindication for that reason. Yeah, but I mean, I do love chainmail, and I love the fact that, you know, you can make, like you say, a very professional looking piece that's very unisex. Absolutely. You know, my husband wears a Byzantine bracelet that I made him, you know, because I used aluminium, so it's that more unisex colour, you know, so it's really lovely. I mean, Debbie does amazing things, and Fleur as well, new guest designer. Yeah, so, you know, I just think it's great. And to have that high-end metal, like you say, you can make a real nice high-end pair of earrings. If you've got those Morganite, not Morganites, but the beryls. Yes. And then you made little links out of those. Gorgeous. And then just got a matching pair of findings, like earring hooks. Imagine what you could charge for that, because it's all high-end. Of course, yeah, because you've got rose gold plated sterling silver, you've got Morganite, a very prestigious gemstone, so you're starting to push your price points higher and higher as well. And it's very minimal for you as well, isn't it? What you've had to put into it, it's very minimal work, but it's going to look high impact. Absolutely, that's really why I like it. And just to highlight how unisex it is, if you think about how hunky Laura's husband Tony is, he wears a Byzantine bracelet, but my 84-year-old grandmother wears a Byzantine chainmail bracelet because I made it for her. So there you go. Happy birthday for tomorrow, Nana. Rose gold plated sterling silver. Let's get that price on screen. Well, there you go. You can understand why both Laura and I are waxing lyrical about that technique, and why there are so many people flying through on the phone lines. It works out at 16 pence per gold-plated sterling silver jump ring. They're 7mm in size, so they're quite large. They're going to make an impact. I mean, even if you're not interested in chainmail, jump rings are always an essential, because that's the most traditional way to attach a clasp to your designs, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, if you've bought a nice strand of pearls or something traditional like that, you know, you can just add them on, and they also make nice little features. If you put them in between gemstones, almost like a spacer bead, then they add that flash of metal. So it gives you that metallic tone, but it also gives you that little bit of texture, like I was saying before, because it's something different than just a chain link. And it breaks it up a little bit as well. And if you had a couple of those and just put them in, it would space it out a little bit as well. So then your gemstones would go out a little bit further. So sometimes it can actually add to the design without detracting from the gemstone, which I think is a key consideration for a lot of jewellery makers. If that's something that you've thought about, why not invest in that deal? Okay. Now, do you like the hefty carat weights? If so, start dialing the free phone number, because I think a lot of people have made it quite evident that purple is their favourite colour tone. And to me, this is an amethyst purple, but in a carat weight we could never hope to find in amethyst, really. Maybe in the future, who knows? We might have done amethyst slabs, but they're probably not as uniform as this.
Not as deep in colour. No. The only time I've ever seen larger amethysts is they've been almost like translucently purple.
Yes, absolutely. I totally concur with that analysis, because whenever we have had the larger carat weights, they haven't offered you this depth of colour.
Yeah, they've almost been like glass-like with that tinge of
absolutely.
Of purple.
Lavender tone.
Which is still beautiful, but completely different.
Yeah, but it doesn't offer this regality, does it? No, absolutely. Me and Laura are on the same page on that one. These are your agate slabs, so they are able to be brought to you in these larger carat weights, and of course you've got that depth of colour, that beautiful saturation, which is quite heavily associated with luxury jewellery, probably because of the popularity of amethyst, but of course as a result people just develop a passion for the colour tone, don't they, through the gemstone. So this is part of the sort of evolution, I think, of people's understanding of gemstones, but also jewellery design. So as people start to understand the colour tones and the finish that you get on natural gemstones, you can start to play on that within your designs. I always talk about this actually. So once you've created a thread in terms of your style or the gemstones you use or the discipline you work, then you can start to push and pull that in different ways. Yeah. And of course, once you're confident with the techniques you use, or you have an affinity with a certain gemstone, then you can start to experiment a little bit more with the confidence that you're going to achieve a professional look. The slabs here actually are, I mean, that's the only way to describe them. They are mahoosive, as Lucy would say. They range in size from 38 by 28 to 42 by 30 millimetres in size, so quite subtle variation in the actual size, but we like to be as accurate as possible. We only have a very limited number of these available, and we are now down to single figures of availability. It's just $11.95 this evening for over 900 carats of agate there. Ridiculous. And we're going to move on to another wholesale deal. Now, when you think about the inclusion of chain in your designs, where does your mind go? Do you just think about a traditional neckline? Or do you start to think about using chain as more than a mechanic, maybe the feature of your design? I've seen those beautiful body chains. They're incredible, aren't they?
The Crow's done some amazing things with chain.
Some beautiful designs in those. You do find them actually in sort of high-end designer stores, actually, those sort of body chains as well, so they can actually fetch a pretty penny. With certain designers, you can easily recreate that using your gold-plated copper chain. These are slightly larger links as well, so it might go a little bit further in designs. They're 4 by 3 millimetres in size, and you get 10 metres in total on this particular reel. So a genuine wholesale deal and a great way of buying in a cost-effective manner. There you go, perfect. There's the lovely Gemma Crow. Does she not like you showing that photo? Does she get embarrassed? She's easily embarrassed, young Gemma, isn't she?
Yeah. Bless her.
There you go then. Okay, keep showing it then. We'll show it every show from now on. Don't let me know. Don't tell me these things. I'm evil. 10 metres of gold-plated copper. I wouldn't be embarrassed if I looked like that in a photo.
No.
I'd be like, put it on the website. There you go. I'm never likely to look as beautiful as Gemma Crow, am I? There you go. 70 grams in total of gold-plated copper. What do you mean should be price? We're going to give you a price reduction, and my producer, Mr. Liam Nevitt, has just said he doesn't agree with this, but he is forced to honour the original price point. So there you go. His hands are tied. Oh! That's what they launched it at. Oh, it was just a price slash. Somebody just went a bit excitable one day in the producer chair, and we are now forced to honour that price. Well, that's a massive benefit to jewellery makers. It's virtually half price, give or take 50p. That's ridiculous. 10 metres of gold-plated copper chain for $12.95. Do you know what? Director Ryan has just made a fantastic point, because do you know what? I launched one of these reels on a Sunday morning show, and you're quite right. Ryan just said in my ear, he's like, remember when we launched this? It didn't stay in the building for more than a day. Exactly right. I launched one of these reels on a Sunday morning show, and I think it might have been $19.95, and we sold, I think, over 300 reels of it in about 10 minutes.
Yeah, I remember seeing Gemma do an inspiration, and you had some of those chains, and literally I went online to try and order it, and it had gone within 2 seconds. Yeah.
There you go. It just goes to show the popularity, not just of the incredible value that we bring here at Jewellery Maker, but also of chain itself within jewellery designs. I mean, it really is a staple, isn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, you can use it for so much.
Yeah, I was thinking it gets you out of a lot of, I always call them crafting cul-de-sacs. So if you do get into trouble, you just think, do you know what, I can finish this off with a bit of chain.
Well,
does
this is it, yeah.
solve a lot of problems, doesn't it?
I make pendants, but for me, mine are quite, my pendants can be quite sort of bigger. And so sometimes that one piece of chain isn't enough, so I like to put 2 or 3 through, and then it gives that little bit of texture. Yeah. And you can easily do that with that. You haven't got to worry about, oh, I've just got my 1 metre, you know, you can just layer it up.
That's
and you can do multi-layered necklaces. Whereas
when you're working with a metre length of chain, you have to be a bit more
a little bit more conservative, yeah, you know. And also, like, I love chain earrings, and I love putting drops on there. I mean, that would have been perfect for those onyx that I was saying about.
Absolutely.
Getting a chain, doing a knot.
Just one gemstone, and then having those the smaller ones just cascade. Oh no, the knot of chain.
Yeah, do a knot with the chain, and then just have the cascade.
Yes, great idea. So that's been a sellout deal. There you go. That goes to show you how quick you got to be. What time is it? Sorry. Oh my word! Time flies when you're having fun. It's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now to bring you a premiere launch. A real privilege for us here on the Late Show, because this, I think, is generally being considered as the finest strand of Peridot we've ever brought you. Of course, that is open to debate, but this is just our consensus within the office, and it's because it's American Peridot. Now, you will find Peridot from a number of different locations, but I do think the premium location has to be America. There's a couple of different reasons for this. Now, we always try to give you as much gemological and scientific information surrounding a gemstone as we possibly can. Often when we talk about Peridot, we will discuss the fact that, like diamonds, it forms in the mantle of the crust of the earth, and the intensity of the pressures and the temperatures that it's placed through. But I have to say, when you've got a gemstone as beautiful as this, I have to say that the scientific effects take a back seat, because it's all about the colour and the beauty of the gemstone itself. Now, Peridot, I think, is a treasured gemstone in some parts of America, particularly in Hawaii. Now, Hawaii is quite an interesting area within America, in fact, because they tend to still have quite a mystical approach to gemstones and gemology. Of course, they still tend to have a lot of folklore and tradition that affects the way that they deal with gemstones in those regions, much like the Native Americans still deal with gemstones. And actually, funnily enough, this gemstone is something that does link those two civilizations, because Peridot is often found in Hawaii, and it's purely due to the volcanic activity around the islands in Hawaii. And so actually there's a beach in Hawaii. It looks like sand until you get close, and you'll find that it's tiny little grains of peridot. It sparkles green on the beach. Whole beach made of peridot. I want to go there, don't you? I just want to go to Hawaii. But, you know, interestingly, most of the peridot that is sold in Hawaii, and it is considered to be one of the most prestigious stones on those islands, is actually mined by hand in Arizona by Native Americans. So, you know, peridot is a gemstone that actually links a lot of the civilizations that have been there long before we turned up in America and started ruining everything. So you know, peridot does hold a great prestige in some of these regions, and that is why it is so heavily revered. In fact, in Hawaii, it's known as Pele's Tears, and that's one of the goddesses rather than the footballer with erectile dysfunction. So instead, it's an ancient goddess from the island. And yes, as I say, there are beaches entirely made of this gemstone. Actually, do you know what? More often than not, this is considered to be a spring green tone, and therefore, on the islands of Hawaii, they often mix this with sky blue gemstones. Now, as I say, most of the peridot today that's sold in Hawaii does come from Arizona, and you know, it might be that this particular strand comes from that region, because we do find a lot of peridot in Arizona. I can't say for certain where this has been mined, but I certainly know it's come from America, and it does tend to produce those more vibrant colour tones, especially in natural peridot. This has received no treatment whatsoever. It is a completely natural gemstone, 30 carats in total from the Gems of Distinction range. I mean, regular viewers will probably already have been aware that this was going to come from that elite range of gemstones. If you are new to us, our Gems of Distinction range represents the highest possible quality we can source for you. Very subtle graduation in the sizes on here. They range from 5x3 to 7x4, but to be honest, when you get hold of this strand, I don't think you're going to be too concerned by that subtle difference in the sizes, because you are going to be drawn in to those rich and vibrant colour tones. That's what American peridot is all about. Those rich lime greens, those golden hues that come through from the gemstone. And of course, this evening, as a Star Buy launch, we are going to be able to offer you an exclusive price point. Now, I can't guarantee we'll be able to honour this price point tomorrow morning at 9 AM, because whenever we bring you the exclusive launch, we try to give you a special price point. Hopefully we'll be honoured, but this certainly represents your best opportunity to get involved on this deal. 30 carats of faceted peridot droplets. And here comes your price point, $14.95, 50p per carat for August birthstone, and some of the finest peridot we have ever brought you. Laura, is this a gemstone that you would include in your designs? We touched on birthstones earlier, but...
It is, and again, it's one of those tricky ones, because I always say I love the muted, earthy tones, and I do, but I do love the peridot, because I think if you add that with all of those tonal gemstones, it gives it a little bit of zest, but it still doesn't overpower it, because there's something about the colour of it that even though it's quite bright and zesty, it still, with those colours, works.
Yeah, you're exactly right. Now that you say it, I'm sort of realising that. So even though you've got those very vibrant green tones coming through, particularly from this strand, because the colours are really popping, it will still work with a number of different earthier tones. In fact, earlier on today, resident designer Linda was in the office, and she was touching on the fact that she thinks that over the winter season, greens are going to be really popular for that exact reason. They tend to work with the more muted tones, which are going to be more popular in the winter months, aren't they? Because people tend to tone down their their outfits and their ensembles.
And again, it's one of those that, you know, if you had going out on a nice evening out and you wanted a little pair of earrings, a couple of little drops, again, if you put it with the silver, you've got a really lovely, bright, let's go out and have a bit of fun, sort of, you know, and it's all about the jewellery, isn't it? You wouldn't have to wear anything.
Absolutely.
Just wear a black dress or plain. Yeah, and it would really sort of pop, again, because it's just that vibrant, beautiful colour.
But then when you mix it with gold, you start to draw the more golden hues out, and then you get that vibrancy, that opulence, if you like.
Yeah, that more sort of luxurious look.
Yes, absolutely. So this is something you've got to consider when you're looking at the gemstones on the face of it, because when you see the recording there, yes, you can see the magnificent faceting, the beautiful colour saturation and the zesty vibes that you get, but it's not until you see it in the flesh and you match it up with a metallic tone that you know how it's going to look in your outfit.
Yeah, exactly. And again, obviously I would put it with copper, because for me that's the best colour for it, because it's the green and the copper, they're both bright and metallic, is going to look amazing. But that's just me, you know, like I said, if you popped it with, you could use it with your chartreuse wire or anything like that as well.
Absolutely. I mean, I've actually got a little design here, and it's interesting here because you've got a mixture of techniques and colour tones, because if you look on the wrist line here, that's a macrame weave, isn't it? But it does have wire through the centre of it, which gives it that solidity.
Yeah,
so
makes
it's
it
more like a bangle
almost,
than a bracelet, this one. And then look at that, the gemstone is doing all the work for you in terms of that pop of colour, and especially with the faceting, because you do get that sparkle and that refractive quality. And then you can just see just that subtle effect from the golden wire that runs through the centre, just to bring that extra sophistication to the design, if you like. But then again, you could just take two of these, make a pair of gorgeous droplet style earrings using, I would probably say, gold plated sterling silver. That's my personal preference. You were saying you'd use copper.
Yeah, or rose gold. They look lovely with those little jump rings that you had, you know, something like that.
Does it go back to the sort of the theory that I think that you're responsible for originally coming up with, that, you know, green does really go with anything, because Mother Nature's backdrop is always a green meadow or a woodland area or what have you?
It's something that my mum always said to me. She said, at the end of the day, green's going to go with everything, because you never see a flower and think that that doesn't work, and they've all got green stems.
Absolutely.
And so that's how I always think of it. Everything's going to go with green.
Do you know what? It's funny, because I didn't know that Laura was on the show tonight. Well, I checked the information and it wasn't there for me, just on my thing. I'm sure you were all aware. But I was looking at my chilli plant today and I was thinking, no, I like that green theory, because I was looking at the really obviously festive reds like you've got on your dress against the backdrop of the green. I was thinking it does work actually, because the other colours pop. Yeah. But it never gets lost either.
No, and it doesn't look wrong. It can't look wrong, because it just goes through it all.
There you go. Mother Nature very rarely gets it wrong, and she certainly hasn't got it wrong here. And at 50p per carat for peridot that pops like this, you can't go wrong either. You've got a 30-day money-back guarantee. Get that strand home and fall in love with it for yourself. We're going to move on. And oh, I must have put something back in the wrong box then. Did you say 8? I've got the reel of wiring. Oh, right. I thought I was going mad then. It was 18 rather than 8. Sorry, my apologies. There you go. Now this is oh right, it's in keeping with the same themes. Actually, the reason for the mistake there was that we only have 8 individual strands of this. So my producer was looking at his quantity column rather than his number column. There you go. So we've only got single figures of availability before we even start. And the reason for that is probably because of the rarity of the gemstone itself. Quite difficult to source chrome dioxide, certainly in large deposits. And of course, because of the popularity of the gemstone, a little bit difficult for us here at Jewellery Maker to get sizable quantities. We've got 35 carats on each strand here. These come from our Gems of Distinction range. You've got that gorgeous depth of colour here, so totally different from what you're looking at on the Peridot, where you've got those almost citrus style hues. Here you've got a much richer sort of bottle green tone, I suppose is the best way to describe it, because it's not like an emerald where you've got the sort of the more muted colour tones. This is certainly a colour tone all of its own, is it? It's a chrome dioxide green, that's how I would describe it in fact.
I think it's recognisable. I think it's not recognisable necessarily to people who don't make jewellery. Absolutely. But now, I wouldn't have known about it before I started working here, but now I know it. If you'd have said to me, what do you think this gemstone is, I would have guessed it at that, because it's got that kind of colour, that recognisable colour.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's sort of, it's unmistakable really, isn't it? That's the quality of the gemstone. And do you know what? The reason you'll know this is unmistakable is if you ever work with this gemstone and you take it for an independent valuation, the jeweller that you talk to will instantly be enamoured by your design, because it's quite rare to get hold of this, even for jewellers who have been involved in the industry for a long, long time. Of course, as I explained earlier, we're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company. We've got long-standing relationships with the mine owners, even over in Russia where they're mining for chrome dioxide. They're only mining for it 2 to 3 months of the year due to the very extreme weather conditions there. And actually this has a sort of knock-on effect with the mining process, because year on year you're going to find less and less miners going back to get hold of chrome dioxide, because it's not cost effective for them to dedicate their time to mining chrome dioxide. They can only actually maximise on their sort of the commercial interests for 2 months of a year, so they tend to turn their attentions to other gemstones, and that in turn leads to lower yields year on year. So it might be that in 2 or 3 years we can't bring you any chrome dioxide for all I know. The reason I mentioned earlier that we know independent jewellers are drawn to this is that we do have one of our customers who worked with this gemstone. She matched it up with some of our cultured pearls, and I think she got a valuation of between £200 and £400. Last time I said 200, I was corrected to 400, but somewhere in the middle of that. Anyway, anything 100 sounds pretty good to me when you're working with the Gems of Distinction. You can see how quickly they're being allocated. Half the stock's gone. I only started with single figures, and here comes your price. Well, there you go. £1 a carat for chrome dioxide. I first became aware of this gemstone when I was working for our sister channel, Gems TV, which is celebrating its 10th birthday this weekend, and I was a producer on the show. The reason that I was so drawn to chrome dioxide at the time, and I'll just be honest, even though I'm ousting a few producers at the moment, the reason chrome dioxide as a showcase, a gemstone showcase, is so popular is because the schedule writes itself. We're only ever going to have 12 to 15 designs in the building because of the rarity of the gemstone, so you can just put them all into one schedule. You know people are going to fall in love with the gemstone because you're very unlikely to find this colour tone elsewhere, but as we know, it's Mother Nature's base tone. It goes with anything. Absolutely exquisite, and right now we are down to very, very limited availability. We're moving on, and we're going to bring you another, I would call it an essential finding. The reason for that is because we've talked quite a lot about creating the more versatile items, I think, that will lend themselves towards becoming gifts. You know, of course you want to create showcase necklace designs because that's where you get to really sort of hone your skills, but also present the professionalism and the techniques that you can place inside a piece of jewellery. But when you're trying to sell your designs, particularly in more, I suppose, conventional and traditional venues like, you know, a craft fair in a village hall on a Saturday morning, you do need to maybe approach things from a more affordable price point. You might want to have your £150 necklace on the store because it attracts attention to your design, but you probably don't want to hang all your hopes on selling that design in those kind of venues. Instead, you want to attract people's attention with that design and then make sales off the back of more cost-effective items. Does that sound pretty much in keeping with your experiences, Laura?
Well, yeah, I mean, the thing is, it's nice for people to have the option, and I think also a lot of the time, I mean, I know that when I'm creating, I don't really always know what I'm going to be creating, so, you know, it's a bit of a trial and error with me. That's and great. If it's something that I like or something that was successful, and someone says that they like that, then, but have you got it in a higher metal, then I can say, yeah, I can make it for you upon request, and then you haven't wasted, or you haven't got a piece, like you say, sat there that isn't going anywhere and it's kind of in effect like kind of lost money. You can have it there like that, and then that, and a lot of people are going to go for that.
Yes.
Because they've got that cheaper option as well.
Yeah. Absolutely, I think it's about choice, isn't it? That's a key consideration for all jewellery makers. And this, for me, offers you a huge number of possibilities, because in this bundle, not only do you get all 3 of the most popular metallic tones, in terms of your silver, your rose gold and your yellow gold, but you get a base metal here, so they are quite affordable. And of course, you can create a number of different looks working with this. You've got that huge texture from the finish on the toggle clasp, but of course, cufflink designs, they're going to be really popular. Stocking fillers, particularly because they're so quick to make. You don't need to sort of start elevating the price hugely, because they're going to take you 5 or 10 minutes. Even I've made a pair of cufflinks using toggle clasp, so I know it can be done. You get 30 in total, 10 of each colour tone, and they're available right now at a wholesale price point of £19.95. That works out at roughly 66 pence per toggle clasp. Now, I should just say that this is precious metal that's been used in terms of the plating on each of these toggle clasps. So you've got rose gold being used as the plating here, yellow gold and sterling silver. Some people ask me from time to time whether the plating does involve using precious metals, and it absolutely does. 925 sterling silver used to plate this toggle clasp, and then of course 9 carat yellow and rose gold. Absolutely perfect. These are a little bit more sizable than some of the toggle clasps that we bring here. That's why I think they'll be perfect for cufflinks, but actually if you look at the finish on them, it will also add to your design, because you've got this, I don't suppose it's a sort of rope effect,
looks like chain.
Yeah, that's how I was going to describe it, but like industrial chain, if you like. Yeah,
it's almost like industrial chain's been formed into a toggle clasp. For me, that would be, I would make that the feature. I would have that at the front of a necklace.
Yes.
And then maybe hang 1 or 2 charms off of it.
Like
then
that.
have that as a real lovely, and again, that's, you can wear it all the time.
Brilliant. So actually the finish on the finding here becomes a feature of the design.
Yeah.
Fantastic. There you go. I've got to move on. Once again, these are flying out the door. Don't forget, you get all 3 colour tones, 10 of each, and that gives you 30 in total for less than £20. We're going to move on, and we're going to bring you a very professional look here in terms of your bezel set labradorite. Oh, sorry, I'm being distracted by the Bennett's children and my girlfriend, little Lily, is up there. This is the owner of the company's little girl, and the first time we ever met, she was like, "Ed's my boyfriend." That's what she said. There you go. They're all leaving now. I've waved at them. That's bad indication, isn't it? Sort of what happens around here. I start speaking to someone, they walk out the room. There you go. Have a look at this. Our most popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. Gorgeous labradorite. Oh, so that was a very camp sound to make, wasn't it? There you go. Very high pitched. I don't think I've ever made a sound that high pitched before. Do you know what? I've never seen this colour tone of labradorescence before. I hope I can get it here on screen. It just went this rich purple tone. Are we seeing the purples? A lot of the greens are coming through once I turn it towards the lights. As I turn it towards me, I'm getting this rich sort of, almost a sort of mulberry tone as I turn the gemstone towards me, but it's all to do with the way the light enters the gemstone, of course, and it's to do with that optical effect known as labradorescence. Now these are, as I say, checkerboard facets, so it's quite a traditional finish to the gemstone. It's going to lend itself perfectly to ring designs. If you think about traditional cocktail style rings, they tend to have this checkerboard faceting. Bezel set into 925 sterling silver. I mean, these are quite sizable gemstones. They are 23 by 13 millimeters in size, so you get, it says 25 carats there. So what was that? So is that 6.25 carats on each gemstone then? I think so. That seems about right actually for the size as well. Now that I look at them, that seems like about a 6¼ carat gemstones. That makes sense to me. So you get 4 of these as part of the collection, but you also get a huge array of 925 sterling silver finely. So this again, you get the texture on the metalwork. This time a little bit more of a subtle size. The toggle clasp is 21mm and the loop is 14mm in size, but you've got that gorgeous rope effect finish. And then you've got these little links of chain. Again, they're going to add to your designs, and if you look a little more closely, you can see that there's little hearts set into the centre of the metalwork there. This is sort of reminiscent of Italian designer style metalwork, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. There you go. In fact, I remember when guest designer Natalia, before she did her final show, went to Italy, and she was posting lots of pictures on Facebook, wasn't she, of different things she saw in Italy, and these are the kind of...
some amazing stuff, yeah. And
it's the kind of metalwork you'd see there, wasn't it? Definitely. Yeah, absolutely. You also get your jump rings here, so really easy to integrate this into one matching set of jewellery, which might just be bought as a Christmas gift for somebody, mightn't it? If you've got the earrings, the pendant and the bracelet, buy someone a whole set, you can't go wrong, can you? Oh! All set into 95 sterling silver for £21.95. So less than £25 for all of this. I mean, how much work would it take to create, you know, quite a coherent set out of that?
Well, I've worked with that before because it's absolutely beautiful. And I literally, you can cut the jump rings on the links. They are soldered, but you can cut them, and they're perfectly fine, just as long as you cut them properly. And then I made a bracelet using 3 of the labradorite, and then I placed the last one into a ring. You know, but you don't have to do that. You could make a little necklace and just put one on the bracelet. So you could put 3 linked together as a necklace and then put one on the bracelet. You know, you've got a lot of options with it.
I'm looking at the Labrador Essence, and as I say, I did see a little bit of a purple tone on one of them, but for the most part, we're getting really rich sort of electric greens and lime greens. Would this work alongside the Peridot for that reason, perhaps? See that anybody that got hold of the Peridot, I mean, are these 2 gemstones that you've considered matching up previously because of that Labrador Essence? This is another consideration with a gemstone that does give you an optical effect, especially when you're seeing a different colour tone. You could potentially match the gemstone up to the optical effect rather than the base colour. Is that something you've done before?
Yeah, it's kind of like that. Be reflective, isn't it? So it picks up those colours around it.
Yeah, absolutely. Fantastic. That particular bundle, or gemstone kit, whatever it's called, is available right now for £21.95. And we're going to leave that one with you as people still flowing through on the phone lines. Now, we brought you that Peridot at around about 6:30. It was an exclusive launch. We do still have some limited availability remaining on that. If you missed out on the original launch, you need to act in the next 35 minutes or so to add that to your order. We are approaching limited availability, so as I say, important to get involved quickly. And if you are drawn towards our gems of distinction strands and our prestigious gemstones, you might consider adding tanzanite to your collection. This is probably one of the most prestigious gemstones on the planet, certainly one of the most luxurious, and there aren't too many gemstones that have tried to break into the traditional big 4 of diamonds, emeralds, rubies and sapphires, but tanzanite is the one gemstone that has tried to break into that group, and nowadays some people are referring to that as the big 5 rather than the big 4, thanks to tanzanite. Very, very prestigious, and just look at the saturation of colour that you've got there on your gorgeous tanzanite. This is coming up as our superstar buy this evening at around about 10 to 9. And also coming to you as part of a rosary link chain. So not only do you get that gorgeous luxury and prestige from the gemstone, but set into your silver chain as well. These little rosary links, perfectly uniformed. I think we've touched on this quite a few times when we've brought you the chains, the fact that it would take you a long time to recreate this look, and wouldn't be very cost effective either.
Yeah, I haven't got the patience for it. I'm not going to lie.
No, well, you've already sort of, you've set your stall out. You've said you're a free-flowing designer and whatever.
Yeah. I have no interest in sitting and doing repeated. I'm not very repetitive. I don't like repetitive work.
Yes.
So for me, that's just like, that would be my idea of nightmare, especially with that fine wire, with the fine gemstones. So it's there, it's done. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Wham bam, thank you.
Yep, job done.
But also, I mean, you're almost like one of those sculptors, aren't you, really, that says that the shape was already in the stone or the piece of clay before you started, and you just realised it. That's a bit what you like with your wire approach, isn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I just kind of just see what happens.
See where it goes.
I don't actually plan very much.
I'll be honest, I'm a bit methodical in my approach to things. That would, on the other end of things.
You're the opposite. You're Mark Smith. You're like Mark Smith, and who actually came on my intermediate wire work, which was hilarious on my course because we're so opposite. I made him do organic ring clustering. He hated me. I don't think he's forgiven me yet. Every time I see him, I'm like, "You forgiven me yet?" He said, "Nope."
Mark Smith getting wound up about jewellery making and jewellery making. Well, I would never get wound up about anything regarding Jewellery Maker. That's just not the kind of guy I am.
I wasn't Jewellery Maker, it was me.
Okay, okay, we're going to go to a quick break. We've got a slight technical difficulty, but don't panic. We'll sort that out in the next 2 minutes, and when we return, a star buy, so don't move a muscle.
Jewellery Makers, if you're a Freeview viewer, you can now continue to watch the show live by switching over to channel 64. Our brand new 24-hour channel is available to the majority of homes in the UK, so grab your remote now to make sure you don't miss a thing.
If you miss a Jewellery Maker show, then simply go to our YouTube page where you'll be able to find hours of Jewellery Maker footage. Search by show, date or type. Alternatively, search by guest designer by using our playlist page. You can also find hours of tutorials with handy hints and tips to give you inspiration. Our YouTube page is updated on a daily basis, so you can access any show at any time. Stay in touch with Jewellery Maker.
Join guest designer Natalia Coleman for the Introduction to Leather DVD. Natalia will guide you through new techniques, including how to create rings, cufflinks, earrings and necklaces. You will also learn how to use the essential tools you need to work with leather, along with lots of helpful hints and tips. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
You can make your own jump rings using wire and your Jewellery Maker toolkit. Using your round nose pliers, wrap the wire around the handle. Remove the wire once you've made enough coils. Using your wire cutters, snip off any excess. Keeping in line with the end of the wire, make a sharp snip on each of the coils. Using your flat nose pliers, line both ends back together, and this will give you your jump ring.
I love chips and nuggets. Ever since I first joined the company nearly 3 years ago, I've been absolutely hooked. What I love are the varying sizes, the varying shapes, varying colours, and most of the gemstones that we carry in our stock have some form of chips and nuggets, right from what I call the tiny little microchips right through to the nuggets, right through to the big ice cube boulders. There's just such an array of sizes and shapes, and they lend themselves so well to macrame, to wire wrapping, to rosary link, all sorts of techniques to use, and you can make the simple, delicate little bracelet right through to the enormously heavy, chunky bib style necklace. I just adore them.
Thank you to all of our customers who voted for Jewellery Maker to be nominated at the Make and Sell Jewellery Awards. We've been nominated for 8 awards. Please continue to vote for us to win by going to the Make and Sell Jewellery Awards website and registering your vote. Voting closes on the 27th of November.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another star buy, and it is a wholesale bundle. Now this is really encompassing a lot of the requests that we receive here from our Jewellery Maker audience, where they say they want to have the same shape of gemstone but in a variety of different colours, and we've achieved that here with our crackle quartz. So lots and lots of versatility and very, very complementary colour tones here, because I mean, this is just a classic monochrome look, but with a little injection of colour, so a little bit of vibrancy as well. Because you've got the crackled black quartz here, slightly softer than a jet black gemstone, almost a sort of charcoal grey actually. It's quite keeping with my shirt colour actually. That's because of these inclusions, so it just breaks up the solidity of the colour and almost tones it down a little, so you get those charcoal greys. These are all 10mm puffy coins, and then if you are looking for clarity, or you are looking for maybe a little bit of a juxtaposition between that deep colour tone, you've got your clear quartz here. Again, there are very subtle inclusions. This actually isn't a crackled quartz strand. There's very, very almost needle-like inclusions, which adds again to the texture, and also makes them a little bit more complementary in the design, I suppose, because otherwise it might be a bit too dramatic from the crackled inclusions to that really high impact clarity. This just eases you in. It's a bit more transitional within your designs. And then that hot pink tone, again, the crackled inclusions. Again, on some gemstones it tones it down and makes it a softer tone. Where you've got heavier inclusions, you've got that deeper saturation and therefore that sort of hot pink tone. Huge number of gemstones on this particular collection, and as I say, all the exact same size, same cut, same polished finish, but those crackled inclusions add texture to your design. Great technique to inject that feminine tone into a monochrome look. We see that being used heavily within sort of contemporary jewellery design, where you've got the monochrome effect but then placing a little bit of pink in there, and it's not uncommon in masculine looks as well as feminine looks. And I've got a number of ties that have black, white and pink on them actually, so it's a really popular look, and actually it's a great way to integrate pink into your masculine designs, isn't it? Because the black and white give you that traditional monochrome effect. 10mm puffy coins here, so very easy to work with, and of course you can include these in a number of different designs. If you do want to keep it quite subtle, you can put them in maybe sort of solitaire ring designs, for example, can't you?
Oh yeah, you could make some. You could kind of do stackers of them, so you could put a couple.
That's a nice idea.
Yeah, you could do and like that, as they are there, they look really cool. And again, I just see party season with that. But then, like you say, the sort of smoky grey ones are quite masculine, so you could make a really cool pair of cufflinks. You could make reversible, so you could put the grey on one side and then the white on the other. Nice. And then whichever outfit you want, you've got like a reversible kind of pair of cufflinks.
Get to work. So 3 strands here, and as ever, when we bundle a collection of our gemstones together, we create a wholesale opportunity, and that gives you the chance to maximise on the value that we offer you here at Jewellery Maker.
The way you've done it, like that, it'd be pretty good for steampunk design as well, like a really thick bangle on the...
Now Sam is our tech up this evening. She's currently on cameras. There you go, she's giving you a wave. But she's also a very talented jewellery maker, and she's saying that the way I'm holding these, the combination of the colours, is really popular in steampunk designs. Is that correct?
Yeah, like a big...
So quite a chunky bangle design featuring these 3 colour tones. Oh, Laura's agreeing, so we're on to a winner here. I like it. I like it, guys. And actually, do you know what? The name's quite applicable as a result. It's known as Rock Chick.
It does make you think of like a rock chick, yeah.
I agree with that. Everyone's in agreement here. Well done, producer Liam. And he's also going to offer you an incredible saving. Normally, this would be well over £20, £24 something. But tonight, we're going to give you a £10 saving as a star buy deal. So originally would have been $24.80 or something like that. We were intended to do this at $17.95, but we want to put £10 back in your pocket just to say thank you for sticking with us through the little technical issue that we had there. Down to $14.95 this evening. As I say, should normally be over £24, so £9.90 worth of saving or something, just to, in case anybody complains. But yeah, best part of £10. Sorry, right, okay. I know what you're talking about now. Just every single time you said the word diamonds, it dropped out. So I was thinking, you haven't got 3 of this. So I thought you were saying, you've only got 3 of this. Plentiful stock levels of this particular wholesale bundle. However, the next item, I have got just 3 remaining in stock. So just to give you a quick heads up on that one. It is very, very prestigious, I suppose. Do you know what? We were talking earlier about the big 4, the big 5 kind of scenario. Traditionally, the big 4 is emerald, sapphire, ruby, and diamond. Sometimes we now refer to that as a big 5 because tanzanite's sort of been included in that group. I would say the big 4 is ruby, sapphire, emerald, and tanzanite, and the big 1 is diamonds. It's a standalone gemstone, isn't it? In fact, it's a gemstone that you, for the most part, wouldn't really associate with handmade jewellery design, because for bespoke jewellery designers to actually source genuine diamonds is so difficult. Even here at the Genuine Gemstone Company, we sometimes struggle to source diamonds for our designs, and we're obviously setting diamonds into 9-carat gold, if not 18-carat gold, even platinum designs. And even then, if you can't get the right quality, it's not really worth investing in, because it does demand a higher price point. Now, as we know, here at Jewellery Maker, we try to share as much industry knowledge as we can with you, and we do that because we understand that you're maybe running your own small business, or maybe you just have a passion for gemstones like we do, and you want to feel informed and educated. Why not? You know, I think there's a lot of companies out there who might choose to hold information back, and basically they've got you over a barrel, haven't they? They can demand whatever price they want. You're not as informed as them, and they put you on the back foot. We don't do that here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. But I have to say, sourcing diamonds is not an easy task. It's a very sort of murky industry, and that's why it's important to source diamonds from a reputable supplier. Of course, as I say, we've been working with the same suppliers for 10 years now through our links with Gems TV, and we're part of the Kimberley process. So all of the diamonds that we source have been supplied in an ethical manner. And I think that is a key consideration when you're trying to source diamonds, especially. Actually, it might not really have been a consideration for a lot of jewellery makers until now. And Jewellery Maker, I suppose it might have been about a year and a half ago, we bought you our first ever strand of diamonds. We have them a little bit more frequently now, but it's certainly not an everyday occurrence, and I still can't see the day when bringing you diamonds is going to be an everyday occurrence. Hopefully we'll get there. But it is a very, very prestigious opportunity to bring you this gemstone, the big one, as I'm referring to it as. And here, they are very delicate cuts, absolutely gorgeous. This is easily the finest quality of diamonds I've ever brought you here at Jewellery Maker. I have brought you diamonds before, in fact, well, not quite a year ago. Christmas Day, brought you some black diamonds and some canary diamonds, didn't we? But they were the rough cut nuggets. So they still offered you the same sparkle that you'd expect to see in a diamond, but not the same luxury that you'd associate with a diamond, because they were the organic cut. So you could still advertise your jewellery as diamond jewellery, but obviously there was a compromise being made. That's not the case with this strand. These are exquisitely cut. They are 2 by 1 millimeter rondelles, and even in those delicate sizes, just have a look at the impact that you're getting from the gemstones. I mean, that really is like walking down the red carpet, isn't it? That is like those paparazzi flashes going off. That's what you're looking for when we talk about luster, that reflective quality when the light bounces off the surface of the gemstone. 5 carats of black diamonds here. It's about the carat weight when you're dealing with these delicate cuts. It's about adding depth and luxury to your designs. I mean, I think even people who don't have any knowledge of gemstones or luxury jewellery design are going to know what a diamond is, aren't they? I mean, this is taking that concept that we applied to amethyst to the nth degree, isn't it? Because there are still people who I talk to about gemstones who don't know what I'm talking about when I say amethyst. They have no idea what amethyst is, but they know what diamond is.
Yeah.
In fact, I think you probably find it more difficult to know somebody who doesn't know what a diamond is than somebody who does. So I think this is the benchmark for gemstones, and we talk about it quite a lot because a lot of the times when we invest in gemstones, it's that traditional diamond look we're trying to emulate, isn't it? Whether it's a faceted clear quartz that sparkles, or a black spinel that offers you luster. Really, what we're trying to recreate is the effect that we get from luxury diamond jewellery. And there's a reason that people are drawn to this gemstone. As I say, I'm often a little bit flippant about the use of diamonds, and it's only because of the sort of aggressive nature of the marketing campaigns that have been applied to this gemstone over the last 50 or 60 years, sort of dictating to people that they must buy them for engagement rings. But that's completely different to what we're looking at here. Black diamonds actually do offer you something different to the classic clarity that we see in a diamond, don't they? Because they give you that luster, they give you that depth. And of course, with a black diamond, it is going to work with any other gemstone because you've got that neutrality. Now, I've only got 1 strand remaining in stock, so if you do want to allocate this to your order, you need to be the next person to dial the free phone number, or if you place it in your basket, you need to be checking out, because I've got 1 strand remaining in stock. Easily the most luxurious and sophisticated gemstone strand that I have ever presented here at Jewellery Maker, and I'm confident in saying that, especially when I look at that price. That's incredible, isn't it? Have a look what you can pay for black diamond jewellery that features half a carat of black diamonds on the high street. Maybe 2-3 times that price. Here you've got 10 times the number of diamonds in 1 strand, 5 carats in total. Look at that gorgeous luster. It's just out of this world, isn't it? Even in our studio lights, we're not having any problem displaying that gorgeous luster. And of course, you've got a number of different light sources bouncing off the gemstone, sparkling like there's no tomorrow. It's out of this world. Now, there might be some people who are placing this in their basket and they're umming and ahhing. They're caught in 2 minds. Can I give you a piece of advice? Check out your basket. Get it home, see it in the flesh. You're not sort of lumbered with it if it doesn't suit your designs, although I think you're going to find it very difficult to send it back once you see it on the back of your hand. But you're not sort of committed to keeping it, you have your 30-day money-back guarantee, and I'm not, you know, naive enough to think that this isn't a considered purchase. Be a considered purchase for me at £119.95, but if you think about the kind of designs that you're going to be able to create with it, not only are you going to make your money back, presumably, but if you're trying to create luxury designs for yourself, as I say, I doubt you'd be able to invest in diamonds of this quality set into 9 carat, if not 18 carat gold for a price point like that. If it was, I don't think you'd be getting 5 carats of black diamonds like this. I'm just going to, you know, let anybody who's interested in this just have a little moment to actually consider their opportunity here. As I say, we've got 1 remaining in stock, so if you want to add it to your order, please take this advantage, and you can do so safe in the knowledge that you have a 30-day money-back guarantee. But like I say, actually, just to let you know, I've only got 1 remaining stock, as I said, but I've now got 2 people with it in their baskets. So Hazel, Diane, whoever checks out first will receive this strand, and as I say, you're not, it's not mandatory that you keep hold of it. You got a 30-day money-back guarantee. So good luck to whoever adds that to their order, and congratulations, you've obviously got a very successful jewellery making business. We're going to move on, and we're going to now bring you a gemstone that shares an isometric crystal structure with a diamond in the form of pyrite. And so you get the same reflective quality that you saw there in the luster of your black diamonds. Love this strand because, of course, traditionally pyrite is known as fool's gold, and I think that's what most people are looking for with pyrite. They look for that metallic tone, but as a jewellery designer, like we've touched upon a number of times, it's about versatility, it's about creative scope. And when you've got the coated varieties, it allows you to integrate pyrite into your designs. It's another genuine gemstone. It allows you to work alongside other colour tones, other metallic tones. I always think it could be a bit of a money saver because you don't have to invest in precious metals in terms of your spacer beads, because a lot of the times it can be the metal tones that you include in your design that will actually be the benchmark for a lot of your customers. That's how they'll judge the standard you're working to or the value you're offering them. Is that something that you have found, Laura? And sometimes people will make their judgment based on whether you're working with 95 sterling silver, the style of the clasp, whether you've sort of thought about, rather than just restranding gemstones or synthetics, have you thought about the design?
Yeah, I think a lot of the time, you know, what I think you get 2 different types of people. You get the people that like the sort of very classic designs, which are, you know, where you restrand it and you might have that little drop or a couple of little drops coming down. And you get the people that like something a bit different and something a bit more interesting, where you can make a feature of that one thing, and that's what's going to draw them. You know, because first thing for me is I'm going to see that sparkle and that colour, so I'm going to be interested straight away to see what that is. And then, you know, to be able to talk to somebody and have a bit of interest about and knowledge about the stone and say, actually, this, you know, this is coated pyrite, and then, like you say, have some plain pyrite next to it to show them. That's a nice idea. Actually, this is what it is in its raw form, in effect, and this is what it is now. Haven't we really blitzed it up and it looks completely different? And you know, and it gives people something a bit. They feel like they're getting something that little bit extra special, which they are, because it's different. Absolutely. So you can almost take your customer on the gemstones journey within your design. That's a nice idea. Now, these are faceted rice beads or marquise cuts, if you like. They're 10 by 6, ranging up to 13 by 8, so they might lend themselves to sort of motifs as well. You could use these as petals or leaves, perhaps. Normally this would be £9.95, but we are going to take this down to a clearance price this evening. All of our price reductions are only available for 60 minutes, so you do need to be getting involved very, very quickly, especially for something as popular as a strand of coated pyrite. And here you've got that beautiful sky blue tone there. Beautiful faceting, because that makes the most of that refractive index, that gorgeous reflective quality. And as I say, it might mean that you don't have to invest so much precious metal within your designs, because you've got that metallic shimmer
from the pyrite itself. Over 100 carats here from our Gems of Distinction range, coming to you right now and for the next 60 minutes for the clearance price of £6.95. We're now going to bring you another quite quirky strand, really, and not just in terms of the material, because this is some of our tiger ebony wood, but also in terms of the way it's been cut and shaped, because these are your little spade shapes. Yeah, I'm privileged enough to actually own this wooden bead in the form of gorgeous cufflinks. I think they were made. Oh yeah. I think I started trying to make them, but I messed up and Mark finished them off for me, so they were neat. At least I'm honest. I didn't take credit for someone else's work. I'm absolutely over the moon with the look that's been created here, and of course you only need 2 to create cufflink designs. There's a lot of gents out there. Do you know what the most played game in the world is? It's not football, it's poker. Most played game in the world. There you go, more people play poker. And I wear my spade-shaped cufflinks when I go to my poker nights. Oh, because I'm cool like that. But again, you've got that rich depth of colour. Tiger ebony wood, very, very similar in terms of its colour and density to mahogany. That might be more, people might be more aware of that. I suppose mahogany tends to be quite a traditional wooden tone that people are aware of.
Recognisable, I guess, isn't it?
Quite dense, quite deep colour tone, and as a result lends itself to a number of different designs. I'll tell you what, there can be some people who have this in their stash and they might not have a design that comes to mind until somebody says, oh no, I've been invited to a Mad Hatter's tea party, I haven't got a costume. These are the kind of things that jewellery making and crafting does actually make life easier for you, because you've got these kind of items in your stash and in your home, and you're less caught off guard.
Yeah.
I bet when your son or daughter comes to you with these 12-hour tasks, you've got 12 hours to achieve this, Mum.
I've not had that just yet, but I can feel it's brewing, because my daughter's just started year 2, so I'm going to start expecting.
Right, okay.
Yeah, you know, in reception it was, I want to be a ghost, so you got a pillowcase and you just had to cut her. You know, that was easy.
Excellent.
But I don't think I'm going to get away with that for much longer.
Definitely not, I can assure you of that. Why can't they just tell you on the day they're told? It's so annoying.
They'll say, I gave you a letter, and you're like, where?
No, they didn't give you the letter. I find it in the bottom of your bag. Right, let's get the price on for these. Enough of my personal frustrations. Huge number of beads on this particular strand, and they are 16 by 11 millimeters in size. You've got the 4mm drill hole, so very, very easy to incorporate these into a number of different designs. I mean, they've looked fantastic in a macrame bracelet, wouldn't they?
Yeah, got the club head pins from last night as well.
And we did bring you those club-shaped head pins. That's not actually, my cufflinks are set into gold-coloured wire. So they were gold-coloured head pins, weren't they, Sam? Great suggestion. There you go. Okay, we're going to move on from that one. We're going to stick with our wooden beads. I mean, these are always popular with sort of autumnal, earthy designs like we've touched upon. So when you do start to wear your muted colours, if you've got your sort of charcoal grey cardigan, or your sort of your reds and your browns and your blacks, they tend to be coming out of the woodwork at this time of year, then wooden beads can give you that slightly different texture. They're always going to fit in with your look, and of course they lend themselves to most feminine and masculine looks, so you just can't go wrong with this. Again, offering you a huge amount of versatility. These are your curved tubes. They're 35 by 10mm in size, and you've got, again, the 4mm drill hole. And you get 12 pieces. 2, 4, 8, 10, 12 on there, but they haven't accounted for the little wooden spaces you've got on each strand as well. So there you go, a little added bonus. Let's get the price on screen. Once again, your tiger ebony wood, this time $6.95. These are a little bit more high impact because they're slightly larger. And I've seen that curvature in the shape of beads being used in quite a lot of contemporary jewellery designs at the moment, so that could be really, really popular at your craft fairs, couldn't it?
Yeah, I think that's really cool actually. Because it's got that natural curve, it would be really good as a bracelet.
Yes.
So you could use your thicker wire and then just literally have that and a couple of nice gemstones. Well, you could have it linked just like that, couldn't you? And put a couple of little sort of smaller gemstones just where they sort of.
I'm thinking the gold coloured spacer beads, or even the crimp bead covers.
Yeah.
You could just close
something.
up
Yeah,
in
just
between.
something, just for that
just something
gap.
to break it up. Yeah.
But then just one on its own would be nice as a feature as well, or as links in the necklaces.
Nice.
You know, and you could wrap wire around them as well if you wanted to, which you don't have to because it's quite unisex.
Yeah, absolutely. So there you go. The creative opportunities are endless once you start to think outside the box. We're going to move on. I'm going to now bring you some rutile quartz. I can say that here because this is the golden rutile quartz, so you've got those more traditional inclusions and that gorgeous champagne colour tone there, almost sort of needle-like, or almost looks like spun sugar inside the gemstone. That's the effect that you get from rutilated quartz. These are quite sizable actually. They range from 10 by 8 to 16 by 11 millimeters in size, and that gives you 150 carats in total. Now these are faceted top drilled drops, so once again you've got that gorgeous sparkle that you'd normally associate with quite sophisticated evening wear, I suppose, and this will again fit the bill when it comes to that, because the golds and the blacks seem to go well, don't they?
I love it. I would be buying that.
Really?
Yeah, it's one of my favourites. Again, it's because you get that like almost like the little angel hair inside it.
Absolutely.
I just think it's beautiful. I just love it on its own.
Because for gem collectors, the inclusions are a real draw, aren't they? Because it shows the way the gemstone's formed. It shows that Mother Nature's been involved in the process of creating this beautiful gemstone. But on top of that, it actually, again, creates a unique finish to each and every gemstone. So it's perfect for all jewellery makers. And like you're saying there, when you look closely at the inclusions, they look really soft and delicate, but from a distance, when you see that little blast of gold inside the gemstone, it's quite high impact. So literally ticking every box, aren't they?
Yeah, just gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous.
It does come from our Gems of Distinction range, and when you see the quality of this golden rutile quartz, you will understand exactly why. They range in size from 10 by 8 to 16 by 11. And currently this is available on our website for $19.95. Now for 150 carats of a collector's gemstone, that's already going above and beyond the call of duty. But we're not even staying there this evening. That's our job here on The Late Show, to provide you with incredible clearance deals for the last in stock. And the only reason we do this is to clear out the remaining few that we have. It makes way for new and exciting opportunities, but it also gives you the best value on the market and a great way to add to your 1 P&P per day. A Gems of Distinction strand of golden rutile quartz for the clearance price of just $11.95. That is a whopping saving there for, as I say, a gemstone that attracts a lot of attention from collectors. So this might be the kind of gemstone that starts to get you noticed as a designer, and that can lead to greater sales and, of course, those personal commissions, which of course demand a slightly higher price point. If you are interested in this, I have to warn you, we only had a limited number available. That's why we're able to offer you such a competitive clearance price, and they are quickly flying out the door. So if you've got it placed in your basket, make sure you check out. And if you are now starting to dial the free phone number, make sure that you do speak to a member of our help team to take advantage of that clearance price. Only available for the next 60 minutes, and I've even got guest designers coming through for that one as well, so it just goes to show the fantastic quality that you're getting here, and of course the clearance price. We've got to move on, because it's star buy time. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time for another star buy and a wholesale bundle, this time featuring very earthy autumnal colours. We've touched upon this a couple of times this evening, and the fact that these colour tones are going to be I suppose, the basis for a lot of designers' looks over the coming season. They're going to work all year round because they do have those earthy qualities, but I do think that the colour tones are mirrored in the irregularities that you get from these pebble-like cuts. They're classified as nuggets here at Jewellery Maker, but for me they just look like little pebbles.
I mean, I've got them. I want to work with them because they are exactly like that, like little pebbles.
Yeah, they're perfect, aren't they? Because they give you an organic look, but because they're high polished, you still get a high-end finish, and of course, perfect with your copper wire, aren't they, Laura?
I know what you're trying to say.
Nice. But I will say, they're all quite high carat weights actually. They're all going to create quite a distinctive look, but because you do get that softer finish from the way they've been polished, you can include quite a larger number of the gemstones if you like. They're all really, really complementary. They're going to work beautifully together, but you can separate these out and just use it as an excuse to replenish your stocks on genuine gemstones. Here we've got your beautiful tiger's eye. 240 carats of tiger's eye here, and a very subtle variation in the size from 10 by 8mm up to 11 by 9mm. This is a variety of quartz that I've never actually brought you before this evening, and this is amber coloured quartz. You can absolutely see that. Might look like you've got slightly more depth of colour there against the skin tone because you're bringing out more of the sort of tangerines, but when you get the light to pass through the gemstone, you can really make the most of those golden and amber hues. Absolutely gorgeous. And these they almost look like the same effect that you get from the crackled quartz in terms of the texture that you've got from the inclusions. Actually, do you know what they look like? The embers in a fire. Yeah.
I actually said to Liam, are these amber? When I just looked at them in the
really?
packet, first thing I said was, is that amber? Because without feeling the weight of them.
Yes, yes.
Just looking at it in the packet, through a packet, I thought it was, because it's got like a little inner glow within it.
Yeah, it does. And no, I can totally understand. Maybe that's because of the inclusions then. Maybe the light's just caught inside the gemstone. It really does resemble amber, so you can understand where that classification comes from. But as Laura rightly says, amber, very, very light because it's fossilised tree resin. This is a form of quartz and therefore much more gem heavy and greater solidity as a result. And then another very earthy gemstone in the form of Botswana agate, possibly our most popular variety of agate here at Jewellery Maker. Again, heavily utilised by the designers that like those earthy colour tones. I know that it's one of Debbie Belford's favourites, isn't it?
It is.
And of course, you get that unique finish from each and every gemstone because you've got that gorgeous banding. 250 carats of Botswana agate as well as your amber coloured quartz. And that gives you over 700 carats in total on this particular bundle. Gorgeous looks here because the cut and the more naturalistic approach from the lapidus is definitely mirrored in the colour tones that you receive, and it will therefore lend itself to seasonal jewellery. I mean, I'm not just thinking about the autumn season, but if you think about events like bonfire nights coming up, isn't it? You could probably even get away with using these as in sort of pumpkin style designs.
Yeah, I was going to say, you got Halloween. You know, one of my friends got a dress for a little girl, and it is literally the colour range of this. It's got the reddy tones, it's got the orange, it's like a little sort of devilly kind of dress, you know, and that would be gorgeous with it, you know, because it's that perfect tones.
Absolutely.
It's that sort of fire sort of effect.
Ah, fantastic. I mean, even if you just made her a little stretchy bracelet, you're laughing, aren't you? Yeah, it'll fit perfectly. There you go. So many different opportunities as always, and of course a wholesale price point from our Star Buy deal. Let's have a look at the price we can bring you on these 3 strands. Wow. For over 700 carats, we're down to $8.95. Under £10 for 3 strands here. I mean, these all would complement one another in design, and you've got the bundle right there, and you're intending to
I'm going to do
bit of inspiration for us. Would you combine them all, or would you? Yeah, Definitely.
Yeah,
there you go.
we're going to do something with them all together. Yeah, brilliant. I mean, if you just twist them, I mean, how gorgeous do they look just like that? You know, you've got a statement.
Oh, that's a nice idea. So you can keep it simple, or of course you can apply some of your more elaborate
yeah, but sometimes
technique.
you don't need to. Sometimes just keeping it like that is all it needs. I mean, how cool does that look? Like, you know, it's a bit chilly, you've got a nice chunky jumper on, and you just have a necklace kind of like that. You know, that it's like that kind of, still feel like you've made an effort.
So
yeah.
I can actually see it on somebody when I look at the gemstones, and I suppose that is really what you're looking for as a designer. I can actually see this gemstone within, you know, a look for somebody.
Yeah, so you've got that polo neck or something. You just want, you still want to wear, you know, because it's getting cold. You want to cover up a bit, but you still want to wear your jewellery. So
absolutely.
Yeah.
In fact, at this time of year, it sometimes becomes that your jewellery and your accessories are your little bit of vibrancy in your looks, aren't they? Because
you just want to be warm.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be cold, of course. We're going to move on. Well, unless you're going out for a drink on a Friday night, of course, and then you're going to have a skirt around your neck for some reason. Right, okay, let's move on. I'm getting so old. Right. Aha, now here we go. A perfect storage solution for all jewellery makers. Can I open this up? Or does everybody know how it works? Have we got one? Oh, we've got one, I'm being told. There we go. So this is your storage hanger. Great way to store all of your designs once they've been created. And how many compartments do you actually get? Right, you snooze, you lose, I'm opening it. We did look for one of our samples. I don't think you're going to be able to get it out without breaking the cardboard. Is that a problem? Is it just me? I'm going to try and manoeuvre it out. I did it. There you go. So, perfect for displaying so many different designs. You can actually use this at your craft fairs, I suppose, to display your designs, couldn't you?
Yeah, or you could use it for when you arrive, so that if people see you sort of packing up or they see you sort of setting out, you know, if you're pulling that sort of out and you're taking it out of there, it's looking professional as well straight away.
True, very true. So just as a transportation technique, but of course when people see the way you've transported,
you can just kind of go,
this is a bit of a pro. And actually you get the Velcro fastenings on the back, so I know that those are designed to actually help it fold up, but you could use these to actually display your designs, because you can put a necklace design or a bracelet design through there, and then you can just have it hanging down.
Yeah.
Particularly for your pendant designs, for example.
Yeah. Yeah.
If you've got the 10-metre ruler chain, you only need to cut 3-inch lengths to hang them up all along there. Yeah. People can just select their desired pendant. You like that?
I do.
You're going to use that, Laura?
Yeah.
And then, of course, you can put your sets in these, maybe more of your elaborate designs. Or maybe you're a bit more Dale boy like me. You just want to hang it up inside your coat and be like, want to buy a bracelet? Probably not with the sophistication of our audience members, of course. There you go. So you get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19 individual compartments in this part, and then, well, a vast array of Velcro fastenings on the other side. It all folds up quite beautifully. I mean, honestly, I speak to so many jewellery makers that say they're in hot water with their significant other, because they're basically taking up the whole house with their jewellery designs and their works in progress. This is a great way just to store things away. And do you know what? Once you've got 19 designs off the floor and say, oh look, I am starting to tidy it up, they'll get off your back for a little while, won't they?
Yeah, you'll get about 2 days of happiness, and then
they'll be back on your back. Can you move this wire, Laura, binding? There you go. I think I am actually. Am I realising a scene that could happen in your home?
It does happen daily. It does. Especially when I'm preparing for a show and I've got all my stuff out on a table, and then he'll just come in and it's going to be gone. It'll be gone by tomorrow.
There you go. So it is becoming a real consideration for a lot of jewellery makers out there, because this hobby, for many, is becoming a bit of an addiction. So a little bit of a storage solution here for just $7.95. But also, do you know what? Maybe if you do just create designs for yourself, and maybe you've created lots of matching sets to go with particular outfits, you know, you can create that sort of walk-in wardrobe effect, can't you? Hang this on the back of your wardrobe, And if you've got your dresses all set out, and then you can just turn around and select the appropriate set of jewellery. You like that?
Done, yeah.
Skateboarding is so 5 years ago. I'm just reliving my clueless days there. It's a pop culture reference from when I was a child. Sam's looking at me like I'm talking another language. You don't know what Clueless is, do you?
It's in the film.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about, the film, yeah. Okay, there you go. Moving on. I love Alicia Silverstone. Right. We'll discuss that at length after the show. Getting your fans to buy a film distribution company for you, probably quite a good career. Anywho, faceted, elongated pear drops of some of the greatest citrine we've ever brought you. November's birthstone, the perfect time to stock up on this. I mean, again, if you wanted to include this in a sort of copper wire pendant design, even with the really large carat weights, it's going to make an impact.
Yeah, definitely. I actually looked at those when we were looking at our citrine and opal dilemma that I was having with this lady, because they were so beautiful, and just wanted to sort of set it and actually just let that stone sort of shine through. And I'm actually it's quite nice to be able to see them.
Do you know what? Now that you just said that, I remember what you were saying before, and I just realised how silly I've been in not referencing something that is quite applicable. It might be because I'm worried that my grandmother might be watching, but she's going to find out tomorrow morning anyway. I bought a pair of earrings from our sister channel, Gems TV, yesterday for my grandmother, and they're opal earrings because that's her birthstone, but the accent stone is citrine. And I actually did think to myself, well, her granddaughter's birthstone is citrine, and you were saying earlier that sometimes people are drawn to other family members' birthstones, aren't they? So my sister's birthstone is citrine because her birthday's next month, and so opal and citrine together works beautifully, and it's obviously October and November's birthstone. But I was thinking, well, she does have an affinity with citrine because Laura, my sister's birthstone, is citrine. So it is a consideration for people, isn't it? Yeah. I myself have experienced it and didn't reference it earlier, so it just come to my mind then when I was thinking about the design, because the faceting on the citrines here is very, very similar to the faceting on the citrines that I've invested in on that piece of luxury jewellery that I've bought. Here, I didn't get 250 carats though, I have to say. But you wouldn't expect to in a more traditional jewellery design, but that's what we bring you here at Jewellery Maker. Each and every one of these large enough to be used as a pendant, and just look at that once again. It's the attention to detail on the faceting of each gemstone that really highlights the quality and the sophistication, I think. They're just sparkling away, aren't they? And of course, because you've got a larger surface area on these gemstones than we traditionally be able to bring you, you can really maximise on the benefit of that faceting. Gorgeous saturation of colour, and you know, I think this is a strand that actually does highlight the improvement in the quality of the gemstones over the last 4 years. I remember when I first joined the Jewellery Maker team, the citrine we had was quite subtle in its colour tone. It was quite pale hue. This is that rich golden hue that you would traditionally associate with top-end citrine. So it just goes to highlight the quality of the gemstones that we can now bring you, and that's all thanks to the buying power that you have enabled us to have. These range in size from 18 by 12 to 28 by 17, and we are once again going to be able to honour the original launch price this evening. $44.95 in itself is fantastic value for over 250 carats of citrine of this quality, but we just put a crisp £5 note back in your pocket. Down to $39.95 this evening for a Gems of Distinction strand of citrine. And when we say that, I do have to say this is hugely impressive because the carat weight on each and every gemstone is out of this world. I mean, no one is going to be able to question the price point that you demand for your jewellery design if you're including this kind of carat weight in the piece, surely.
I had an interesting conversation with Ali on Saturday because about this dilemma of citrine. You cannot buy citrine like sort of highly sort of cut in large sizes.
Difficult.
You don't do cabochons in citrine.
True.
And you know, you can't get a sizable sort of chunk of it if you're looking for it. So to get it in that size and that colourway
really
is actually a pure luxury.
Absolutely.
You know,
I totally agree. Because traditionally, if we have had the colour saturation, it's the very, very delicate cut.
Yeah.
Or if we've had the larger carat weights, you don't get the colour saturation.
You get that sort of more sort of like diluted effect. And
absolutely.
so, and I mean, I can see that pop of yellow from here. Not even yellow. It's like a honey kind of colour, isn't it?
Actually, do you know what? It's almost bordering on those sort of amber tones, isn't it?
Yeah.
So it might be something that you could use alongside this colour tone. And that's more of the
cute,
tangerines coming through there. But if you think about gemstone like this one here, where you've got more of the golden tones, absolutely perfect. Now, is this from one of our customers? Now, somebody has been interacting with the show. Roz has texted in to say, "Hi Ed and Laura, if I were to buy only 3 gauges of wire, which would you advise? Shall I have a guess and then we'll ask Laura for the definitive answer to see if I'm right?" Okay, I'm going to be wrong, I guess. Okay, these are my guesses. 0.25, 0.8 and 1 mil. Over to you.
That is actually what I would have said.
Come on. Thank heavens for small victories. Can you tell us why then? Can you tell us why? 'Cause I know why I think, but it's definitely better coming from you.
Yeah, I would say the 0.8 because it's the most. It is that versatile.
Versatile.
That's the one. Thank you. You know, it will go through most gemstones. It won't obviously go through a lot, but then you've got the 0.25 that will take over that, so you could sort of in effect sew the gemstones on. You can still create your links. You can do your rings. You can do your own findings.
Absolutely.
And with the 0.8 and 0.25, you can create your woven designs. Whereas if you have 0.4 and 0.8, it's a little bit trickier because the 0.4 can sometimes pull the 0.8 and distort it. And then again, the 1 mil, because it's that little bit more structural, so you can create that little bit more sort of stronger structural pieces and still create your woven pieces.
1-0. Got one right. And can I give everybody my little top tip for creating your own findings? If you're using the little plastic tools that we've created, the little jigs for creating the little corrugated wire effects, or even the findings, the little wires, even though 0.8 is fine for creating your own findings freehand, don't put 0.8 mil wire through those tools because it will destroy them. I know, because I tried. So only 0.6 in the little tools, the little finding tools, but 0.8 better for the more sturdy findings. I suppose if you want to make a more gem heavy piece, you need a more sturdy finding.
It's a debatable one with the 0.6 and 0.8 for findings. It really is personal preference.
Is it? Oh, okay.
It really is. For me, I like the 0.8 because I find it a little bit sturdier.
Okay.
And I find it holds its shape a little bit better.
Great.
And a light hammer on earring findings and stuff. But then 0.6 is fine for earring findings, but I just find that it's that little bit softer.
Right.
If you want that security. I like things to be super strong and secure, so I tend to go for the 0.8. But it is personal preference.
Yeah, I've just learned something. I thought there might be a definitive answer to that, but it is about personal
just preference.
There you go then. We're all learning. Every day's a school day here at Jewellery Maker. I like that about our channel. Now, have a look at this. Are monochrome designs something that you rely upon? Are they something that add that level of sophistication to your jewellery suites? If that is the case, how about this? Because all the work's done for you here in your black line agate. 15 by 10 millimeters in size, and you get this almost real swirl of colour tones because it's not just black and white. It's not just a monochrome effect. If you look a little bit closer, you'll see that at certain points you almost get, can you see that in the base of this one? Almost a sort of coffee tone, if you like. So it's not, some of them are a little bit softer than others, I would say. So you get the really definitive sort of almost zebra-like banding on some of them, and then you get a little bit more subtlety from other gemstones. So again, all about the versatility on these gemstone strands. And of course here, you get a very traditional look and high impact from that classic black and white two-toned effect. 130 carats in total of your puffy rectangles here. And we are going to bring it to you and add it to your order price. If you've already got your order up and running, then you can add this to your order, and you're only ever going to pay 1 P&P per day. You know that this is going to lend itself to so many different designs, because once again it's going to go with any other colour tone, or you can use it on its own in isolation to create those monochrome looks, which are so popular as well. So you can't go wrong with this particular strand, especially not at this price point. $7.95, as I said, and add it to your order price. That's what we do here at Jewellery Maker. We do bring you some of the most luxurious gemstones on the planet in the form of black diamonds. You might have seen that earlier on this evening. But we also bring you the more traditional crafting gemstones like your agate, but in very exquisite looks. But for add it to your order price is just $7.95 for this monochrome agate. Okay, why not? We've got a lot of viewers these days from the Midwest in America, haven't we? Basically, I don't even know if... oh yeah, good point. We've got some of those in the building. Yeah. No, so basically, my producer suggested if anybody wanted one of those sort of cowboy ties. I don't know the name of them though. It's like bolo ties, are they?
You know, there's an event that happens once a year or possibly twice a year in Breen, and it's a cowboy and western. It's the Western Week, and they literally go down, and because my mum and dad-in-law literally have just come back, and they spend a week dressed permanently as old-time cowboy and Indians, and they have all of the proper dress for everything. It's quite amazing. Yeah, you get all these Indians with this amazing headdress, amazing, but they all wear the cowboy outfits. So you say, like, obviously the different countries,
I want
but
one of them so badly right now. I'm such a kid.
But yeah, it does, you know, and you get the cowboy hats and you get all of that. So it would be perfect for that.
I wonder what's evoked that imagery. Do you think it's just the size and the shape of the gemstone? Do you know what? Once again, this is going to come up, and Laura, beware. Somebody is going to come up to you and pull on your leg on a Wednesday or a Thursday night and say, yeah, it's cowboy day tomorrow at school, Mum, we've got my costume. If you've got these, you're laughing because a bit of leatherette cord.
Yep, done.
A little leatherette cord. Oh, sorry, I thought this question of what I said, looking up something else. Little metallic finding, 2 of these hanging off you.
Yeah, and it's done.
Cowboy
You're
hat.
A cowboy.
Checkered shirt.
Oh, you want to be a cowboy now,
and
don't
I'll tell you what, Mick, these are just denim jeans. I haven't bought the outfit, I've put it together myself. So basically a whole scene out of Gavin and Stacey for you there. Educating and entertaining, just what we're supposed to be doing. There you go. 130 carats of black line agate for the add it to your order price of $7.95. Moving on. Okie dokie. Have a look at this. Now, one end of the spectrum to the other here. So we've looked at I suppose, the more traditional crafting gemstones in the form of your agate. This, I think, is much more in keeping with those ideals we were discussing when we talked about the diamonds, because I think when most people think about the traditional look they're looking for from a gemstone, they want that clarity, they want that sparkle that they generally associate with diamonds. Of course, to get carat weights like this in your diamonds, to get clarity like this, would be very, very difficult, and actually not just for handmade jewellery designers, but actually some of the biggest designers in the world now turning to white topaz as an accent stone as opposed to diamonds, because often when you are trying to source the very small cuts, maybe even the baguette cuts, for example, of diamonds to be used as accents in your designs, you'll find that these smaller cuts are the more included gemstones, so it defeats the whole point of working with a diamond. Whereas white topaz, far more readily available, offers you that clarity every time, and then of course once you start to facet it, you get a very similar sparkle. So sometimes topaz is actually used in place of diamonds, and certainly if you're creating bespoke designs and you want to include topaz into your designs, people are going to be aware of it once again. Topaz is heavily used by high street designers, and as a result people know about this gemstone. They're drawn towards items that they're already aware of. And actually, once again, it's next month's birthstone, so if you did get hold of the citrine, could be a great combination to use citrine and topaz together, because then you've got both of November's birthstones in one design.
How luxurious is that?
That is fantastic, isn't it? But actually, even though that does work perfectly, as soon as I see these, I'm thinking bridal wear.
Yeah.
They're just perfect, aren't they?
Like little drops, aren't they? It's like little ice drops, really. I would just pop one on I would just wrap one in a tiny bit of sterling silver. They had some on the other day, you know, and it would only be a tiny little bit, and then just have it as a drop. That's all I would do, and pop it on a hook.
There you go. Sometimes keeping it simple is actually going to end up being even more effective and even more luxurious sometimes, isn't it?
And it'd be a beautiful present as well, and it's guaranteed to be everybody's sort of taste, you know. It's quite ageless. It doesn't matter what sort of age you are, you'd still be happy to wear them. You know, it's a really sort of a guaranteed safe present.
Definitely.
That somebody would really love. The fact that
it's going to go with anything, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely. No, there's just no going wrong with this particular strand. And if you think about sort of tiara designs, or even just a classic set for a bride, just a pendant and droplet style earrings, they're perfect. They're definitely going to go with the traditional whites, aren't they? 65 carats of white topaz here, and the droplets range in size from 8x4 to 13x7, giving you fantastic look here, faceted to perfection. Usually available for £11.95 on our website, which is already quite shocking when you consider the value that you're getting there. But we're not staying there this evening. We're going to take this down to under £10, just £9.95 for a Gems of Distinction strand of white topaz. Really? This was originally launched at £16, but as the stock levels have started to diminish, it's our job here on The Late Show to clear out the last of stock, and we're taking it under £10 this evening for white topaz, November's birthstone. A gemstone that will work in any design. I'll leave that one with you, and it will be available at that clearance price for the next 60 minutes. Right now, time for another star buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. Time now for another wholesale bundle brought to you as a star buy deal. 3 strands of gemstones, and basically what we do is we bundle them together, create a unique discount code which is available for just 60 minutes. So if these are the kind of colour tones that you traditionally work with, or even if you're starting to be a little bit more experimental in your approach, this could be the bundle for you, because the shape itself lends itself to so many different designs. You can use these in macrame designs, so you could use them in masculine looks, but also that sort of droplet style that you get from the fact that the drums are through drilled works in so many different feminine designs as well, whether it's chandelier style earrings or pendants. They're definitely going to fit the bill. And here, quite vibrant yet complementary colour tones. So you've got 185 carats of amethyst, of course an ever-present for most jewellery makers. Then you've got this beautiful orange crackle quartz, so once again providing you with that little bit of texture, because we've almost induced the inclusions, if you like, in the gemstone itself. And you've got 180 carats again, and then 180 carats of your green crackle quartz there. I love the fact that on these 2 strands, where you've got the inclusions, you get variations in the saturation of colour as a result. So on some of the gemstones you've got almost a sort of pastel amazonite green. On others you've got more of an emerald green or a forest green. Then on this one you've got those sort of apricots and golden tones, but then you've also got the tangerines and the amber tones as well. And actually that's mirrored in the amethyst here, so Mother Nature's doing her bit as well. So she's created this subtle variation in the colours between the lavender tones and that rich, regal purple tone. 180 carats on each and every strand here, and of course you've got amethyst, crackled orange quartz and crackled green quartz. So I think for me, once again, we're trying to offer jewellery makers a lot of versatility. We're trying to offer them creative scope. You might just use this as an opportunity to replenish your gemstone stocks because you've got 3 very popular colour tones and you've got this very uniformed yet versatile shape. Or you might want to use them together if you think about the sort of traditional colour blocking tones of the purple and the orange. Those work beautifully. My favourite combination of colours in jewellery design is purple and green, actually. I think that looks fantastic. But the orange and green works brilliantly as well, doesn't it? Maybe a little bit more spring-like, the greens and oranges together.
Yeah, I think that the greens and the oranges are lovely, and I think you'll just have that one tie-in, so it would be like the wire, you know, and that would bring it all together.
Absolutely.
But like you said, the green and the purple look beautiful together as well.
Yeah, I love that.
That looks really cool, but then all together they look really cool as well.
Yeah.
So I think they're like you say, you've got a shade for everyone there.
Yeah, you've got a colour tone for everyone, and the shape itself lends itself quite naturally into a lot of different styles, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Because I think it's because they're through drilled, isn't it?
You've got lovely ring opportunities there. You've got lovely just plain drops of earrings. You could put a couple together and have like sort of a link of 3 of them.
Yeah.
And so, you know, you could pop maybe 2 of the purple and a green in the middle if you want that kind of colour pop. You know, they are really...
Possibilities are endless, really, aren't they? It's
just
all
make a
down to
necklace
your
with
own
them
creativity.
And just put jump rings in it.
Fantastic idea, yeah. So you just can't go wrong working with these because you get the pop of colour, but they all complement one another. So you can't go wrong with this particular one, especially when we bring it to you as a star buy opportunity. It is going to be 3 for the price of 2 this evening. There you go, $17.95. Say again, sorry. Oh right, okay, so if you're to invest in these any other time, it'd be $27.85. So once again, saving you the best part of £10 on this deal, give or take 10p. If you do want to get involved with this deal, you need to be dialing that free phone number right now. $17.95, I mean, as I say, 3 very complementary gemstones in terms of their cut and their colour tones, and a £10 saving. So you can't go wrong if you're investing in any of our discount deals this evening here on Jewellery Maker. So effectively, you're getting the amethyst for free. There's not many companies that will offer you a free strand of amethyst when you're investing in a bundle deal like this. I suppose there's not many companies that can bring you genuine gemstones of these carat weights for these kind of price points, so take advantage right now of this star buy deal. It's known as Tropical Bloom. I think we can all understand that particular description of this bundle, because you do get vibrant colour tones, but it depends on how you use them. You don't have to go down that route. You could actually create very regal and romantic designs just working with the amethyst alone, and of course if you're getting it for free, why not? $17.95, just to be clear, don't phone up and say I said you can have a free strand of amethyst. It's only as part of this bundle deal. Normally it would be $27.85, but tonight $17.95. So can't go wrong if you're investing in this particular bundle. It is a wholesale opportunity brought to you as a star buy deal. We're just going to leave that one with you. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll just be gone for a couple of minutes. When we return, more incredible clearance deals, and we will be edging ever closer to the launch of our Tanzanite chain, so don't miss out on that deal. I'll give you a sneaky peek after this.
This week, Jewellery Maker has an exclusive offer for all our customers. Our pick of the week is this fantastic pearl bundle. Jam-packed with precious white and mulberry cultured pearls, beautiful keshi pearls, 2 strands of clear quartz and silver-coloured pearl threading material. All of this for just $49.95. To get your hands on this amazing offer, contact our call centre on 0800 644 655.
Is known as the gem of the sea. Its beautiful blue hues represents the stunning colours of the ocean. It's a member of the beryl family and is closely related to emeralds and morganites. Brazil has been a major supplier for aquamarine. Nowadays we find some beautiful pieces from Zambia, Nigeria, Madagascar and Mozambique.
Join guest designer Debbie Bulford for this exciting polymer clay accessories DVD. Debbie will guide you through a variety of projects, including pen tops, charms, badges, buttons, and how to create the animal print look. This DVD is ideal for all levels and great to have some fun with the kids. To get your hands on a copy, contact our call centre. Get creative with Jewellery Maker.
If you're new to Jewellery Maker, simply contact our call centre and we'll send you a tutorial DVD and Get Started booklet, all free of charge.
Do you need a helping hand to get started with Jewellery Maker? Are you stuck for ideas and need inspiration? Then visit our Jewellery Maker website, where you can find our video tutorials. Expand your knowledge and skills with these easy-to-follow jewellery making demonstrations. Whether you're a beginner, hobbyist, or business owner, there's always something new to learn. It couldn't be easier. Simply click and learn some new jewellery making techniques.
Welcome back to Jewellery Maker, and probably one of the most luxurious gemstones on the planet. And actually, I can't remember the last time that we launched a strand of tanzanite here on the Late Show, here on Jewellery Maker. I can't remember the last time we brought you a strand of tanzanite. Over the last 6 to 8 months, we have found it very, very difficult to find new deposits of tanzanite within the one location that we have, known as Tanzanite 1. We just aren't finding sizable yields. It's making it very, very difficult for us to bring this gemstone to you in any sizable amounts, but it's a particular problem for luxury jewellers. If you think about our sister channel, Gems TV, finding it very, very difficult to actually bring you tanzanite designs. This was one of the key factors that was being looked at on the Gems TV documentary that was aired on ITV. And you know, when I first joined the company, I was already being told that this was a bit of a problem. So I was being told this is a one-generational gemstone, it's not going to last much longer, your kids or your grandkids might never see or never have the opportunity to own tanzanite. And then we found another deposit within the mine, and so it became less of a problem. We started to buy up lots of tanzanite and bring you it more regularly, but it's almost starting to look like they were correct in the first place, and that this resource is becoming depleted. Now, I wouldn't say this definitively. I would never say anything is absolutely the case. I don't know. We might find another source of tanzanite in 12 months' time in another location in the world. Who knows? Pretty sure they're looking as it is. But anyway, you know, we just don't know what's going to happen, but all I do know is to try and get hold of tanzanite at the moment is extremely difficult. And even when you do manage to convince somebody to sell you some tanzanite, and there's only one mine to go to get hold of it, you can't just buy a load of rough, send it to your cutting facility anymore. They cut it on site. This is their way of protecting the sort of commercial investment that they have in tanzanite and their natural resource for that region. And that is because everything has to be cut in Tanzania. This is the location where you find tanzanite. It's the location which the gemstone is named after. Funnily enough, one of the people who was on the ground when the gemstone was first discovered is actually in our building today. I think he's about 80 years old. He's probably one of the most interesting gem hunters in the world, and he's walked past a couple of times while I've been doing the show. So that goes to show how in tune we are with the gemstone world here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. And when I say something, I say it speaking from the knowledge that the owners of the company have given me, and that is that we're not going to be able to bring you tanzanite in the same frequency that we have in the past, and probably not the same price points as we have in the past, because, as I say, it does have to be cut on site now. We do have a very luxurious example of it this evening for you, though. These are faceted rondelles, gorgeous colour tone. This is the colour you're looking for from your tanzanite, that beautiful violet and blue tone. These are faceted, and they have been set into sterling silver chain. This is coming up for you in about half an hour, and it's gonna be a sellout. If you want to get involved with that, dial the phone number the second the graphics hit the screen. Before that, however, we're going to bring you a few clearance deals, and this comes to you in the form of a double deal. Now, this is your solar quartz, very, very popular gemstone here at Jewellery Maker. Love the way the quartz actually forms, because you can see the way the crystal structure forms around the little imperfection. But because they're top drill drops, once again, you've got this large surface area, and the lapidus is really making the most of that by putting a huge number of facets on the surface. So you get that gorgeous sparkle. They almost have a sort of winter-like feel to them, don't they? Because the inclusions that you find inside solar quartz really look very icy, don't they? Especially when you've got that beautiful moss green inclusion in the centre. I think it just adds to the overall look of the design, if I'm honest with you. Now, this is a double deal. So the only drawback of putting this together is that we know the popularity of solar quartz any other time, and we've halved our stock levels by putting two strands together. Quite significant graduation in the sizes. They range from 23 by 13 to 40 by 28. And here comes our clearance price this evening, $21.95. And normally these are $19.95 per strand. Buy one, get one for £2.
No.
Is that right? Have you? Sorry, have you got? I was going to say, have you got this right? That's an £18 saving, isn't it? Or $17.90 or whatever it is, yeah. Sorry. Wow. Okay, fair enough. I just know the popularity of solar quartz tends to fly out the door whenever we have the opportunity to bring it to you. Again, it lends itself brilliantly to a number of different designs. Of course, you can include this in sort of wire work pieces, but sometimes you just want to let the gemstone do the talking, and this might be one of those.
I've got lots of solar quartz because I'm slightly obsessed with it.
Okay.
But I don't have any faceted.
Ah, okay.
I didn't realise it came faceted, and straight away it just makes it look. I mean, it's a beautiful stone anyway, regardless of what colour tones you've got or cut anything. But that just kind of makes it that little bit more high end because it's sparkling. Like I was watching, I was thinking, that's sparkling. Why is it sparkling? And it's because of the facets on it. So it just takes it up a level.
Okay. So why do you love solar quartz then, if you've got this?
I just love the fact that it's like an inner explosion in it. It's just like something's gone inside and gone poof, and you know, and it's just kind of caught it. I just think it's amazing.
Absolutely fantastic. I've got to move on from that one. As you can imagine, that is flying out the door. We've just put, what is it, £18 back in your pocket. Amazing. Moving on now to my birthstone. Talked earlier about people having that natural affinity towards their birthstone, and I certainly have that for Rainbow Moonstone. One of the few genuine gemstones that I actually have in my collection. And here, hopefully I'll be able to show you the optical effect that you see within your Rainbow Moonstone. It's known as agilarescence. You can see there that gorgeous spectrum of colour that you get inside the gemstone. Not always easy to show in our studio lighting. Traditionally you're going to see blue agilarescence, but here you can see greens and golden tones coming through. Very, very high quality Rainbow Moonstone. Let's see if I hold it from a different angle, if I get more of that optical phenomenon coming through. Look at that. It's just so impressive, but so frustrating when it doesn't come through on screen. Hopefully you're seeing the little flashes of that optical effect. Polished rondelles here, or wheels, I think they might have been classified as, so you get that sort of interlocking quality because they've got that flat bottomed finish. $15.90. So normally these are just $7.95 per strand with this amount of agilarescence coming through. Wow. I'm just trying to... Oh wow, under 10. There you go. That's the effect that you get in each and every gemstone. Less than £10 for the 2 strands. You will be able to see this in every gemstone when you get home, and these aren't just little flashes of blue agilarescence. You're getting little rainbows living inside all of these. Now that I'm starting to isolate these from the studio lights, I think we're starting to see the effect. There you go. So there you go. You can see that little flash of colour. Now this is something that's going to attract people's attention towards your designs, isn't it? Because I think this is something that really encapsulates that sort of mystical quality that's held within gemstones. And that's how this gemstone's always been viewed, set into gemstone jewellery since 100 AD. And it takes its name from the original interpretation, which was given to it by the ancient Romans, where they believed that these were shards of moonlight placed inside the gemstone, and so that's why it's known as moonstone. You can understand why people might think that when they see that gorgeous flash of colour. A clearance price of $9.95 for 160 carats. We're moving on. These are very feminine, but also very high impact. Two sort of concepts that don't often go sort of hand in hand. Normally when we think of femininity, we might think of very subtle cuts. But here you're getting the femininity from the colour, but high impact from the size of the gemstones. These are 13mm faceted rounds, and you've got 450 carats on each strand here. This is a sort of feminine hue really, but you might try to draw more of the saturation of colour out, maybe to make use of this sort of bubblegum or candy floss pinks that you've got on this particular strand. This is your quartz, and actually these are 13mm rounds. Now that's not a size we see every day here at Jewellery Maker, but anything over 10mm is going to make a huge impact on your designs, I would think. And just have a look at that, because the way they've been faceted, it also gives you that little bit of sparkle. Quite subtle, but I think that's going to add to your designs. Normally these are $7.95 for 450 carats. Tonight we're going to give you 900 carats as part of this bundle deal. And the price point this evening is $9.95. Once again, buy one, get one for £2. Now if you were lucky enough to get hold of the clear quartz plain rounds right at the start of the show, these would work brilliantly with those, wouldn't they, Laura?
Exactly what I was thinking. You know, I would sort of team up, have a section of pink in the middle, you could have a real chunky necklace and just have that little pop of pink at the front, and then the rest of it be the clear quartz.
Fantastic.
And then a pair of pink earrings to go with it.
Nice. And then really the gemstones are doing all the work for you, aren't they? Because they're those larger sizes.
Yeah.
Fantastic. There you go. Buy one, get one for £2. A genuine clearance deal this evening, but only available for 60 minutes, of course. So if you do want to take advantage of this particular deal, you need to be dialing that free phone number very, very quickly.
Faceted candy floss pink quartz for just £9.95 only for the next hour. So get involved very, very quickly. We're going to move on. I'm going to bring you some more clear quartz, this time though in a much more delicate cut. So this is almost, you could argue these are petal cuts if you like, because they do taper to a point. I think they're known as puffy pears actually, but certainly think there's going to be a few jewellery makers out there using these as petals. I'm thinking about maybe a little floral motif in a hair comb, something like that. Just 5 of these as your petals. They're gorgeous.
Yeah, I think that's that kind of it's that kind of pick me up to your kind of nature, you know, natural, organic, leaf-inspired design or something. You know, if you had all those earth colours and you had them in it, it would be like those little winter drops.
Yeah, like little dew drops or something like that inside the design. Yeah, no, fantastic. Certainly going to be very useful as we do head into the winter period, aren't they?
Definitely.
Fantastic. So these would normally be £8.95 per strand. You've got that really high polished finish as well, haven't you? So lends itself brilliantly to those, maybe the more elegant design, shall we say.
I was thinking of the chromed oxide actually, looking at it up there.
Oh, that's a good.
It's reminded me of how the chromed oxide looked with that kind of that glass-like effect.
Because you get the clarity.
Yeah,
no,
I think
absolutely.
those two together would be beautiful.
That's a nice idea. So £8.95, and I totally agree with you. I think really the draw behind this gemstone, just like the chrome dots, is the clarity that you see there. So if you do want to get involved with this, once again, you need to be dialing that free phone number very, very early. Normally these would be £8.95 per strand. Tonight we are able to bring you a clearance deal of £9.95. Buy one, get one for £1.
That's amazing.
Is that right? Buy one, get them for £1. There you go, 80 carats of clear quartz, puffy pears, 10 by 8 millimetres in size for £1. That's phenomenal, isn't it?
Yeah. They're gorgeous. I mean, they do just look like little sweets from here. The sort of the sheen on them, they just look.
That. Yeah, so because of that high polish finish, almost that sort of glacier mint effect, isn't it? Yeah, absolutely.
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Is that what you're thinking of? Yeah, no, I can see where you're coming from there. Absolutely gorgeous. And actually, I've just noticed they're picking up a little bit of a colour tone. I can see the blues and the purples. What? Oh, it's the light. That's what it is. It's the light from the background on our set. And it's definitely picking that up. So I'm getting this violet hue on the outer edge of the gemstone. I might not be able to show you because as soon as I turn it, you got one for £1 on that deal. Clearance opportunity there. If you want to get involved, dial that free phone number. 160 carats of any gemstone for less than £10 is hugely impressive. And we're going to give you another opportunity now to get jump rings at a clearance price point. This time these are a bit more sizable, so these are going to be a little bit higher impact. These are still 925 sterling silver, but with your rose gold plating, so as ever high end on top of high end. These are 9mm in size, so they're quite sizable, quite high impact. You could use them in chainmail designs, or you might use them in maybe more gem heavy pieces to attach your clasp, for example.
Yeah, you could just use them just to make a focal chain at the front and then you know, hang a selection of gemstones from it.
That's a great idea. And normally you get 20 as part of a pack, but this evening we've created another double deal, so you're going to get 40 rose gold plated sterling silver jump rings, and it's going to be buy one, get one free. That's how we roll on the Late Show. Wholesale opportunity taken to the next level there. Buy one, get one free. Normally get 20 for £8.95. Don't forget, this is rose gold plated sterling silver. This is the way to set yourself apart from other jewellery designers out there who maybe are working with base metals, or maybe they think that sterling silver is the upper echelons, but when you start to turn up with your rose gold plated sterling silver, you just you know, showing that you are an elite designer, especially when you're getting them at a clearance price. Buy one, get one free. 40 of these for £8.95. if you're interested in chainmail, or even if you are just a traditional jewellery maker and you need to stock up on your jump rings, this is going to be your best opportunity to get involved. $8.95 for 40 rose gold plated sterling silver jump rings. They are open jump rings, so they're very easy to work with, and huge number of people placing this in their basket at JewelleryMaker.com. So if you do want to ensure that you're successful, check out, because we've got a bit of a queue on the phone line, so I can't guarantee how many people will add to their order. So check out to avoid disappointment, and of course that clearance price is only available for 60 minutes, so you need to act with a little bit of haste. We're going to move on though. Oh, it's time for a double star buy. Welcome back to JewelleryMaker. Time for a double star buy now, so 2 individual opportunities, and we're going to start with this gorgeous bundle. It's hip to be square, I like that name, and here it's all about the shape of the gemstone. So this cuboid cut that we've created, and I do love the combination of colours. Again, could be very useful during the winter months, but it will be useful all year round, because blues and whites just never go out of fashion, do they? Particularly when you've got 2 quite traditional and classic gemstones. You've got your white howlite cubes. These are 6mm in size. I will say these are approximations, because they're not all exact cubes, so there will be subtle variations in the size. So approximately 6mm in size on your white howlite. Interesting thing about the howlite is, of course, that bespoke matrix that Mother Nature places on the gemstone. So this banding that you see here, known as webbing or a matrix, and you get this silver tone here. So you could describe it as a monochrome gemstone, I suppose. You get 150 carats of your white howlite cubes there, and then we've got your natural lapis lazuli. So then you've got that rich royal blue tone, but with the golden flecks coming through. And again, described as 6mm in dimensions, but there are probably greater irregularities in the sizes on the lapis lazuli. So I just want to make sure that we are being 100% accurate when we're talking about the sizes and the shapes of these gemstones. There's subtle variations in the size based on the way they've been cut. Not always easy to create a cuboid cut, because of course going to be easier in an opaque gemstone, which is what you've got in your lapis lazuli and your howlite. But you know, because you're trying to create sort of sharp angles and definitive faces to the surface of the gemstone, if you do have inclusions or frailties within the crystal structure, then you might lose a little bit of carat weight. So it's quite difficult to create these quite exacting shapes, if you like, in terms of the cuboid prisms. 130 carats of your lapis lazuli, 150 carats of your white howlite cubes, and I love the combination of colours. You can see that they've been used to great effect in this suite of jewellery here, and I don't know who's put this together, but they like copper wire. Did you make this?
It's meant to have copper wire.
Of course it is, I agree.
Don't you think it's asking for
Oh yeah, it's crying out for copper wire.
Yeah.
But
yeah, got to be done.
Surely you'd... I meant to make jokes.
I know.
I'm meant to be a wind-up merchant.
I know. I know.
Oh my word, have you seen the price point?
Wow. I've still got a ton in here, and I could have quite happily stood here all night and carried on making things with that. I just thought they were gorgeous.
Are these the colour tones that you're drawn towards then, because they see the copper wire? Or?
Yeah, no, again, I do like those colours. I'm not normally a white kind of gemstone person, but I really love it with that combination.
Yeah.
So it's not, it's one of those things that sometimes, unless someone says to you, look at this, you're like, oh, actually, I really like that.
Yes.
Which is the beauty of when you put these bundles together.
You took the words right out of my mouth. I was just going to say that's the beauty of our bundles, our star buy bundles, because sometimes we'll place items together that you might not have considered as being a natural combination, but it definitely works on this instance, doesn't it? Fantastic. Yeah. Can't believe the price point. £3.98 per strand.
That's
These
insane.
are genuine gemstones. I mean, also the techniques that Laura has used alongside these goes to show you that sometimes you can be quite sparing with your gemstones, and you can allow the technique to be the focal point of the design, and then the gemstone is just adding value, if you like, or adding that little bit of colour tone.
I mean,
these are just gorgeous.
You could just put them all together. I mean, they'd make really cool beady beads.
Oh,
because they're like
the cube shape, give you that
something a bit different.
Dynamism, absolutely.
Yeah. And again, you know, a bit unisex. I think they're quite unisex.
Absolutely. You could easily blues and whites.
Blues and whites. Macrame, they'd be brilliant with the macrame. You know, set in just a bracelet. It's just, they're just really gorgeous. And I do, again, I like something that's a little bit different. So being that slight, although they're cubes, they're kind of rounded cubes.
Yes.
So they're not like what you would typically think of as a cube being quite sharp cornered. These are really sort of quite rounded, so they have a real, it sort of makes them a bit softer.
I think that's why they work so beautifully in this earring design, because they are quite slightly softer on the edges, aren't they? Yeah, no, absolutely. You can see that here. Lots of people taking advantage of the value that we can bring you this evening in terms of this double deal with your lapis lazuli and white howlite. And if you have an order up and running, then it's a no-brainer, really, isn't it? 2 strands for $7.95, the perfect add it to your order price point. We're going to move on because it is described as a double star buy, and the alternative opportunity that we have for you is your eye pins and head pins. Oh, okay, well there's head pins in here as well. Okay. Just eye pins, my apologies. I thought it was just eye pins until I saw the sample. Okay, eye pins then, my apologies, based on what I had here. 95 sterling silver, but yellow gold plating. You've got the 3mm eye here, and you get 30 in total. So normally you get 10 pieces in the bundle, but we've created a treble trouble deal, if you like. So I suppose once again here you're adding value instantly to your designs if you're working with gold plated sterling silver, because it means that people will expect to pay a premium for your designs. It might set you apart from other designers out there, and I have to say, anytime you get an opportunity to invest in gold plated sterling silver, I would grab it at the moment, because we are experiencing difficulty in sourcing new deposits of gold as well as an industry, and so who knows, you know, in 12 months time or what have you, we might not be able to even bring you gold plated sterling silver. So when we bring you these opportunities, especially as wholesale bundles, snap them up, especially your eye pins, because they're so useful for so many different disciplines within jewellery making. If you do want to get involved with this, we know this is a staple for all jewellery makers, so get on the free phone number. Here comes your wholesale price point this evening. $7.95 for 30 gold-plated sterling silver eye pins. These are actually 40mm in length, that's correct, isn't it? So you've got 40mm of length, so not too many gemstones that aren't going to be able to fit through that particular eye pin. It works out at 27p per gold-plated sterling silver finding. Pretty impressive, especially for that price point. I would probably describe that once again as an add it to your order price, because if you've already got a P&P up and running, you're only going to pay 1 P&P per day, and you can add this to order right now for $7.95. Hugely impressive, especially for adding value to your designs. When I say that, of course, when you're selling your designs at craft fairs or even through personal commissions, and you want to show your customers that you do work to very high standards, this is where it's at, isn't it? This is something that can affect people's perception of the jewellery that you're going to be creating, and that is the metal that you're using in terms of the mechanics. So your eye pins, to get gold plated sterling silver eye pins, that is a massive benefit. $7.95. Don't forget, coming up in about 10-15 minutes now, the exclusive launch of this tanzanite chain. There aren't too many opportunities to bring this to you these days here on Jewellery Maker. Well, as an industry, in fact, we're struggling to bring you tanzanite, but we have some for you this evening. It's going to sell out, so get on the phone lines early. The second we're in the graphics on screen, which will be in about 15 minutes time, start dialing the free phone number or click to buy now. You won't be disappointed with our premiere launch price this evening. Moving on now to this gorgeous sample. Have a look at this. Actually, I'm just having a look at this carnelian. Maybe I'm thinking alongside the tanzanite. Have a look at this. I like that. It's drawing these sort of purple hues out of the tanzanite, isn't it? Fantastic. Again, I would probably say that carnelian's a gemstone that we've always had quite a lot of success in sourcing here at Jewellery Maker, but traditionally we had maybe more inconsistency in the colour tones. This is top quality carnelian. This is what you want to see when you look at this gemstone, those fiery oranges and sort of cherry red tones coming through, and that's what we've got for you here. Again, you've got the plain wheels. They range in size from 3x1 to 6x2, so you get that high polish finish, you get that rich saturation of colour, and of course you're going to get a Jewellery Maker Late Show price point, so you're not going to be disappointed. Another added to your order price. So once again, if you've got your order up and running, if you've paid your $2.95 for today, then why not add a Gems of Distinction strand of carnelian to that order for just $6.95? I'm guessing that is going to be a no-brainer for a lot of jewellery makers, especially as we head into the winter months. And you are looking for gemstones that will add warmth to your designs, that will assist you with those traditional colour blocking style designs. This is gonna fit the bill, and at $6.95 there's absolutely no reason not to have this within your collection. And you get quite a lot of gemstones on here, again, because of that sort of flat bottomed finish that you get to them. They sort of interlock on the strand. It means you get a greater number of gemstones. Fantastic. $6.95, another add it to your order price. We're going to move on. Oh, gorgeous. Look at this. Is this long enough? It's like a skipping rope. Have a look at it. Faceted, somewhere in between a rondelle and a round, these are. Roundels, I'd call them. There you go. So yeah, they range in size from 3x1 to 4x2, so a subtle variation in the sizes, but a 36cm strand. This is almost a sort of London blue topaz colour tone, isn't it? I think it's because we've actually coated the quartz after the actual cutting process, so it's helped to enrich the saturation of colour and give you that deeper hue within the gemstone itself. Faceted roundels here, 30 carats in total of your blue coloured quartz here, and you do get that beautiful coating, which is not only giving a greater depth to the colour but also giving you a little bit more sparkle than you might traditionally associate with the gemstone. 36cm strand, 30 carats in total, and another add it to your order price. What can I say? This is what we're here to do at Jewellery Maker. Now, some people might be new to us and they might be a little bit shocked about these prices. Don't panic. We're not trying to devalue gemstones. We're part of the Genuine Gemstone Company, and basically the whole idea behind the way we operate is that we try to get as close to source as possible. So it might be that we're working with a long-standing supplier within the industry. It might be that we are going direct to the mine owner to ensure that we are negotiating the most competitive price available, and we then pass those savings on to you. Thanks to our buying power, we can negotiate very low price points, and as I say, we pass those savings on to you, and we can give you 36cm strands of gorgeous blue coated quartz for the added to your order price of $6.95. It's rather phenomenal, but as I say, that is what we're all about here at Jewellery Maker. When you see this in the flesh, you're going to instantly fall in love with the colour tone, because as it's quite rare to find this colour in any natural gemstone. The only colour tone I can really associate it with is London blue topaz. So for $6.95, well, put it this way, you wouldn't get 30 carats of London blue topaz for $6.95, would you? Absolutely gorgeous. There you go. Do you like that one?
Gorgeous. From here, I would have thought it was neon.
Tight.
Yeah, it does have a little bit of that neon quality
quite
about
a brightness
it, doesn't it?
to it. Yeah, it's gorgeous.
Absolutely. I think that's because of the coating, the sparkle. Yeah, no, absolutely. But there you go. That just goes to show that when different people, you know, actually stare at a gemstone, it evokes different imagery, different colour tones to different individuals, and that's why we work with genuine gemstones, because it does allow you to have those alternative interpretations. Right, we're going to leave that one with you. Knew you were going to do that one. It is gorgeous, so I can understand. A little bit different to the cultured pearls we traditionally bring you, because you get a very organic quality from this gemstone, because you've got these little imperfections on the surface of the pearls which in many ways will enhance your designs and help to provide you with credibility as a designer, because people will know these are the real deal. The way that cultured pearls actually form are, I think most people are aware that, you know, that traditional sort of oyster shell sort of effect, but very rare to get sort of cultured pearls that have been sort of hand dived for, if you like, because well, it's pretty damaging to the environment, and it's just not sustainable, is it really, for people to operate in that way. So instead we do have cultured pearls, and basically what happens is when you get a little bit impurity or infection inside a mollusk, it will start to spin silks inside the gemstone, and they form this solid nacre that eventually becomes a pearl. Now, even in the cultivation process, you're going to have a huge amount of wastage. Not every single mollusk is going to create a cultured pearl, so quite difficult to create this number of pearls. In fact, you can probably say it's between 12 months and 18 months per millimetre of growth. So if you think that probably roughly a decade to create each and every one of these pearls, very, very impressive. And these are described as light grey, but as ever, I'm not having that. That's not accurate. These are silver pearls, and the reason I know that is because they've got the most fantastic pearl essence on the surface of the gemstone. Gorgeous, almost lavender tone. Maybe it is picking up on the background lighting from our set once again, but that just means that no matter what light source you're in, you're going to get different pearl essence and a bespoke look. They're going to work perfectly, especially over that party season when people do start to wear their little LBDs. Silver pearls can't go wrong, can you? Luxury size of 10 by 9, and we do have another price reduction for you this evening. So currently, these are available for $19.95, but we're not going to stay there this evening. For the next 60 minutes, or while stocks last, we're going to put another crisp £5 note in your pocket, down to $14.95 this evening. Lots and lots of people getting involved with this deal. In fact, I'll tell you what, it would look fantastic alongside tanzanite. Tanzanite and pearls. You're not going to get much more luxurious than that, are you?
Wow, no.
I like that. A little bit of versatility there. I mean, we talk quite a lot about moonstone as June's birthstone, but actually the other gemstone that represents June as a birthstone is pearls. So it might be that you want to create a special piece of birthstone jewellery for somebody's Christmas present, but their birthday's in June. Set of pearls would be perfect for that individual.
Yeah, yeah. Or again, like you say, people just love pearls.
Yeah.
You know, my mum is obsessed with pearls.
Yeah,
she loves
mine
pearls.
too. They sort of transcend birthstone jewellery, don't they? Pearls are just synonymous with luxury, sophistication, but also everyday jewellery as well. So they're sort of perfect for every scenario, aren't they, pearls?
Yeah, I see that as a kind of a nice modern day wedding jewellery as well.
Yeah.
Because obviously normally you think of cream and the white pearls, but that would be like quite a nice sort of, or if you had bridesmaids.
I was thinking bridesmaids in like lavenders or peaches,
yeah, and then the
silver pearls would work, wouldn't they? So that's probably why we've got so many people multi-buying this strand, because they've got bridal commissions, 3 or 4 bridesmaids at a time. Gorgeous silver pearls for just $14.95. I'm going to have to leave that one with you at the clearance price there, but don't forget, in 60 minutes it's going to return to the original price of $19.95. We've got to move on because it is now time to bring you Tanzanite as a superstar buy. Welcome back to Jewellery Maker. When you think of the most luxurious or the most sought after gemstone on the market at the moment, what is the first gemstone that comes to mind? It might be diamonds, but it might be tanzanite, because this is a gemstone that in such a short space of time has managed to rise to the same levels as the big four in terms of the gravitas and the status that's attached to the gemstone. So it is now considered alongside the likes of sapphires and diamonds and emeralds and rubies as one of the most sophisticated and luxurious gemstones on the planet. One of the reasons for its sort of acceleration in terms of the gravitas that is attached to it is the fact that when it was first discovered, it was exclusively bought and sold by Tiffany's, and so that's always going to elevate a gemstone, isn't it? But when you look at the gemstone itself, you can understand why they wanted to corner the market, if you like. And actually, the man who's responsible for helping to name this gemstone is in the building today. He's here as part of a large group of guests that are joining Gems TV to help celebrate their 10th birthday. And I'll tell you the story basically. When this was originally discovered, because it's part of, well, its host rock, if you like, is zoisite. The sort of hierarchy at Tiffany's wanted to call it zoicide, but they didn't really like the connotations attached to that name. It sounds a little bit like a negative word, and so the gentleman who is with us today actually said to them, well, why don't you call it after the region that you've discovered it in? That's the only place you can find it. It was discovered in Tanzania, and so it's now named tanzanite. And that actually adds to the romance for me, because when a gemstone is named after the location it's discovered rather than the discoverer, I think it adds to those links with Mother Nature that are a huge consideration, especially for bespoke jewellery designers. I think that anything that retains that link to Mother Nature shows that it is a genuine gemstone. So I like the idea of it being named after that region. Now, this is the only place on the planet that we know we can get hold of tanzanite, and the mine as a result is called Tanzanite 1. Now, I touched on this earlier, but you might have missed out. And when I first joined the company, I was told that we weren't going to have tanzanite for much longer, and that we were depleting the resource. Because, I'll just do this. I think some people will have seen this before, but you might be new to us. You might not have considered buying tanzanite before. Basically, when you mine, you have to be a little bit, you have to basically hedge your bets, if you like. You have to drill down in one direction, and then you have to, so you drill down at an angle, usually 45 degrees, but it does differ depending on the gemstone, and then you drill down vertically. So you drill at an angle, then you drill down vertically, and you see how large the deposit is. So what we started to do was we drilled down like this. So we drilled down in Tanzanite 1 like this. We don't find any deposits, and we think, oh, there's no more Tanzanite. That's it. It's all gone. Then we thought, well, we'll just hedge our bets and drill down anyway. Drilled down, and we actually found that within Tanzanite 1, the Tanzanite forms like this in step formation. So then we thought, oh, I see. So we've depleted this resource of Tanzanite, but there's actually another one here. So then we started to find more Tanzanite, and these are very sort of considered veins sometimes, and so you don't know the yield that you're going to be able to expect to retain from that mining process. And it's very obviously huge costs to go drilling down, you know, into the depths of the Earth's surface. However, we did find more deposits, and we started to bring you Tanzanite much more frequently. Of course, as our buying power increased as the Genuine Gemstone Company, we would buy larger deposits of Tanzanite, we'd send them to our cutting facility, and we'd provide you with wholesale price points for a gemstone that was originally exclusively sold by Tiffany's. So really, really exciting. Now, over the last 6 to 12 months, we started to once again experience this problem where we can't find any more deposits in the mine. I'm not saying they're not there. I would never make an absolute comment like that because I don't know. I'm not there, am I? But I do know a man who has been there very recently, the owner of the company, Mr. Steve Bennett, and he does say that they are getting a little bit worried. So he's not saying it's not there, but they're a bit worried at the moment. And so, in Tanzania, it's a very, very gem-rich area. Lots of very, very high-end minerals form there. You might have seen on the Gems TV documentary that while Steve was there, while he was worried about the deposits of Tanzanite, he actually discovered a new form of garnet. So very gem and mineral-rich area of the world. That's why they have a gentleman dedicated to the commercial interests of the mineralogy in that region. Now, he has started to get a bit worried himself, and so he's put new legislation in place that states that you can't just go bowling up to Tanzanite 1 now, buy all the rough and cut it yourself and go around the world selling it at wholesale prices. Instead, it has to be cut in the region. So you can understand that, really. You know, they've got to protect their own commercial interest. This is their natural resource. And of course, we here at the Genuine Gemstone Company are very aware of that, and we're very dedicated to giving something back. You might have seen that at the start of the year, we digitally cycled from our studios to Tanzanite 1 and back to raise money. We raised £100,000 to build 5 schools in the region of Tanzania where we take the resources from. So we try to give something back. You know, we always try to do things ethically here at the Genuine Gemstone Company. When you think about Tanzanite, and certainly from my point of view, because I do come from a traditional gemstone background, I think of this being set into 18 karat gold, in all honesty. I have sold Tanzanite for 4-figure sums. In fact, the highest price point I've ever achieved for a piece of jewellery was a piece of Tanzanite, a treble A Tanzanite, I believe. Might have been quadruple A, but I think it was treble A. And I think it was about £4,000, roughly. Pretty impressive. Oh, it's an absolute bargain. It got valued at over £10,000. Wow. Yeah, so that goes to show you the value they offer you next door on Gems TV, and have been for 10 years now. Now we were in our infancy when we first brought you Tanzanite, but nowadays we're starting to become a little bit more established. We're 4.5 years old here at Jewellery Maker, and so now we are starting to bring you some of the most luxurious gemstones on the planet. We've already brought you black diamonds this evening for less than £150. Amazing deal for black diamonds. Think about the gemstone that is rivaling the prestige of diamonds in the industry. We have set it into sterling silver chain here, so all the work's been done for you in terms of these little rosary links of chain. How many? How many? Well over half. The stock's already been allocated. We haven't even brought our exclusive launch price on screen. That goes to show you how prestigious this gemstone is, how sought after this gemstone is when it comes to getting Tanzanite into your gemstone collection. I hope you heeded my warnings and got on the phone lines early, because here comes our exclusive launch price this evening, just £17.95. As ever, I can't guarantee that we'll be able to honour this price tomorrow morning at 9 AM. It might be that it's slightly more expensive, and in all honesty, let's face it, it's pretty unlikely there's going to be any of these left tomorrow morning at 9 AM. I can't remember the last time we brought you Tanzanite. Certainly not here on the Late Show. Not for months. And you've actually, am I right in saying you've got, so you've got half a metre length of Tanzanite chain here. It's just absolutely out of this world. And I should just touch upon this, because we have talked a lot about birthstone jewellery tonight. Tanzanite is December's birthstone, and do you know what? December babies sometimes get a little bit overlooked, don't they? Because is there something else that goes on in that one?
My mum's a December baby, 15th, and she hates it because, you know, it gets overlooked. You get a joint double present, don't you? So that's your birthday and Christmas.
My dad's birthday used to be on the 28th of December, and he said for his whole life, he just said, this is for Christmas and your birthday.
Yeah.
Didn't really
present.
get a birthday party or anything like that. And he was an only child.
Oh,
so it was a bit hard for him. So yeah, and actually, do you know what? Not just difficult for the recipient, but people buying as well.
Yeah.
Because you put so much dedication into buying everybody gifts at that time of year that then starting to think, well, I've just bought you something for your birthday, Dad. So what do you want? Here's some socks.
Yeah.
So actually, it might be quite nice to put a bit of focus onto somebody's birthstone if they're born in December in terms of tanzanite. Very, very limited availability now. Certainly if the 30 or 40 people who've got this placed in their basket were to check out, we'd be left with, well, minimal numbers remaining in stock. I will just say that these do graduate in size. So towards the end of the strand, you've got these 2x1mm faceted rondelles, but in the centre, they're 4x2mm. They're quite significant size, aren't they? And I love this gemstone. I mean, I've talked a lot about the way it's perceived within the industry, and I think that is a consideration for a lot of jewellery designers, but actually, if you did want to look into the gemology behind this gemstone, it's just as impressive. It's a pleochroic gemstone, so from different angles you're going to see different colours. Traditionally 3 different colours. You get a blue hue from one angle, pink from the other, and then a sort of reddish brown from the other angle, and you can definitely see the pleochroism in this kind of tanzanite. It's that high in quality. Well, you probably wouldn't set it into the sterling silver chain otherwise, would you? Have to say, I don't know how many more opportunities we'll have to bring you tanzanite here at Jewellery Maker. Certainly become much, much rarer here on the channel. As I said, I don't think I've brought you any tanzanite for some time.
It's been a while since I've seen some.
Yeah, absolutely. And so this could be a key opportunity to get hold of, certainly before Christmas. Who knows how many more opportunities we will have to bring you tanzanite before Christmas. Huge number of people this placed in their basket, but I also have a queue on the free phone number, so you know, if you want to avoid disappointment, check out. I hate to sound repetitive, I hate to put pressure on people, but I say it because it's just good advice. I'm going to leave that one with you now at $17.95. That is our star buy price this evening for tanzanite set into sterling silver chain. And if you did want to recreate that, I think we've worked out before, it probably cost you 4 or 5 times the amount, and that's if you can get hold of whatever it is, 40 or 50 individually faceted tanzanites.
And if you've got the patience, and also the waste of the silver wire as well, because when you're wrapping the silver wire, you're going to have to cut that, and then you're going to be wasting your silver wire as well. So it's
not worth it, really. Just buy it for $17.95. There you go. We did bring this particular bundle to you earlier on this evening. If you invested in this autumnal nugget bundle, you can see what Laura's been creating throughout the show. This is very, very high impact, very gem heavy, gorgeous. A little bit of inspiration for everybody who got hold of that bundle. Don't forget to check out your baskets if you do want to ensure that that tanzanite makes it into your collection. And there you go, that is fantastic. We did say, didn't we, that just
you know, I just thought, you know what, I said it.
I'm really sorry. I've spoken about that tanzanite for so long, Laura, that I've got to say goodbye. I'm sorry, Laura. Thank you for joining us. Very, very inspirational. We'll put these photos up on Facebook. Just enough time for me to thank all the guys for putting together the show. Laura, of course, for being here. You for joining us. Thank you and good night.
If for any reason you're not satisfied with your purchase, you have the benefit of our no-quibble 30-day money-back guarantee. Just complete the returns form enclosed with your goods and send them back for a full refund. If you're new to Jewellery Maker, simply contact our call centre and we'll send you a tutorial DVD and Get Started booklet, all free of charge.
Hello everybody! Hello everyone! Welcome to Designer Inspiration. It is our Halloween theme today. We have got so much going on. Not only am I launching a competition, ooh, I am also joined by the ever so lovely, the truly wonderful, extremely talented Alison Terry. Ooh. Hi love, how are you?
It's ages, well, 6 days since I saw you last.
Days since I've seen you. How are you?
I'm all right, thanks. Have you been doing a bit of housework?
Well, you know, this just grows on me now. Me and the spiders become one.
Oh, stay away.
I've got a faux spider in my hair, so I'll keep it on the side.
Faux all right.
Faux all right. You're not good with spiders, Alison?
No.
Really?
Not real ones. Not ones that move.
You are creating for us today 2 pieces. One of them is a medium that I personally have never seen you use before.
I've only used it a few times on the show.
I've only done one of suit hash.
Indeed.
Oh my goodness. That witch that you can see at the side of your screen over there is going to be one of our designer inspirations for the day. Done in a style that, of course, only Alison Terry could do. You've then got your wire work as well coming up.
Should
we see it? Go on, let's have a sneaky peeky, shall we? This is your jack-o'-lantern, isn't it?
It is.
Candle holder. Take a look.
Or you could just let the children carry it around and put sweeties in it. It'll hold them.
Look at that. How fab is that? That's going to be another designer inspiration for us today. I have got brand spanking new goodies for you as well. I'm talking about beautiful charms, all with a spooktacular twist. Have you seen these charms? They are fab. Now, today is a special day. We're getting ready for Halloween. Now, Halloween is a time of year that perhaps, you know, when I was younger, it wasn't that much of a big thing, but it seems to year after year after year get bigger and bigger and bigger, and I get more and more children knocking on my door, and I get, you know, I have to buy more and more treats every year. Halloween is a beautiful time for you to really just have a play with different pieces, creating different looks. And the lovely thing as well with a nice decorated house and theme is that these pieces we're creating, you can use year in, year out, time and time again, can't you?
Oh, absolutely.
Which is something a little bit different in a way, because not every piece of jewellery we say is for a specific theme.
No.
So this is very much to celebrate, just as the cold draws in, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a bit of fun, isn't it?
It's a bit of fun.
I think we need a bit of fun in winter, and hasn't today been awful?
Oh my goodness, thunder and lightning!
I know.
Do you know what thunder and lightning ice cream is?
No.
I think it's just a northern thing, Gwen. Thunder and lightning ice cream, it's like cinder toffee and... Oh, it's delicious. Cinder toffee and ice cream. Wait, it gets better. Caramel. And if you go to certain places, proper north, bits of Kendal mint cake as well. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
It's thunder and lightning outside, and I don't mean the ice cream. Loads coming up for you today. The most stunning strand of imperial topaz I have ever seen is coming up as well. And do not forget, you've got the launch of our competition coming up very, very soon. When are we going to launch that about? We'll do it in the second DI time. So stay with us, stay with us. Okay, let's get started, shall we? Where are we starting, lovely lady? Cabs as well. Cabs coming up for you as well. Okay. We're going to start off with a bit of a bang. Hubble bubble double trouble. Try saying that after a punch. Orange coral. Have a look. These are about to go very, very quickly. We don't have coral on often, and when we do, it flies out. When it's a double trouble price, you know how popular this is going to be. These are beautiful, almost little pumpkins, aren't they, of the coral here in the orange, with that beautiful plain rondelle. 6x4. You've then got your tubes in the red coral. Now, can you see the lining on those? Can you see them? That is the beauty of the coral itself shining through. And those are 8x6. Just to let you know, because I know it's important to a lot of people out there, ethically sourced coral, okay? This isn't coral that we go into the sea and, you know, disrupt marine life or, you know, kill off shoals for or anything like that. We don't actually, it sounds very strange, we don't actually go near the sea to get the vast majority of our coral. The way that we get them is, some of it is from washed up on the shore, but the vast majority of the coral that we get, we've actually gone into mountains to get them, because it's areas where seas used to be back in ancient times. But it's coral that has been dead and extinct for thousands upon thousands of years. So that's what we do. That's what we do. So no, totally ethically sourced. Hubble, bubble, double, triple. Let's get kicking off with a whammy of a price. That's good, isn't it? But it's not a double, triple price. Hubble, bubble, double, trouble. I love saying that, I'll be honest. Today, for you, at just... Nope. Yep. £8.95 for both of these strands. What do you think of that, Tarry?
That's rather good, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're right about those being pumpkins. If you've got any 0.4 or 0.25 black wire and just use it as lines, black or antique bronze, and you could turn those into mini little pumpkins and have a little pumpkin necklace.
That's adorable idea. How cute would that be?
Or a little pumpkin ring.
Little pumpkin ring.
Oh.
Oh. Oh, pumpkin ring. Ideas you'll have never heard on this channel at some points today, I'm sure. What would you do for these if you weren't to create something kind of hubbly, bubbly, doubly, troubly?
I really like coral because I like it's back to being organic and natural. I quite like those. What are the long ones? The tubey ones. The tubey ones. They're great, aren't they? You could really have a play with those. I mean, have they got decent sized holes in them?
Let me have a look.
Because they look like they'd be great for doing macrame with.
Yeah, decent enough. Yeah, yeah. Obviously, you've got the temporary strands through there, but
you'd get decent macrame through there. Certainly, you'd get the Eslon thread that was on yesterday through there.
Easy peasy.
That'd look fab. You could do all sorts of designs with that. Use it with the wire. Brilliant, absolutely brilliant. You could use it, gosh, it would look quite nice with rose gold as well, I think. I know that sounds a bit odd, orange with the rose gold, but I think that darker one would look quite nice.
I see where you're going.
Just a little bit different, just a little bit edgy.
Yes, a little bit
Or maybe
edgy.
just bonkers. Maybe it's back to the Tarry brain.
That's why we love you. You know that. You know that. Do you know what? So, now, this is just talking about bonkers.
Yeah.
We work, obviously, there's loads of you coming in for this. Do be quick if you want it. We work for the Genuine Gemstone Company, and within this building there's 4 other channels that were sister channels. Sorry, there's 3 other channels, aren't there, in this building? And they've had quite a few new people joining the lounge, which is our internet.
Yeah.
And I was getting changed in the dressing room, and 3 occasions within the last month, we've had new people come in going, what channel do you work on? I've gone Jewellery Maker, and they go, oh, the crazy channel. 3 different people. Someone said crazy, someone said, oh, the mad channel. I think the other person said, isn't that, the one where you're all a little bit weird. Like that. I just go, at first, I was like that. By the end, I was just like, yes, that is us.
Maybe it's in their training.
Maybe it is.
Maybe it's part of their induction. Watch out for that lot over there.
Yeah, be careful. If you see someone a bit odd, they probably work on Jewellery Maker. So you fit in perfectly. You fit in perfectly. £8.95 for us. Loads of you getting this. Lots of multi-buyers as well. Last chance, I've got to say it. Hubble, bubble, double, trouble. £8.95. That feels so nice to say. Say it at home. Feels good. Hubble, bubble, double, trouble. Doesn't that feel good? My director's just said it. Oh, it sends chills, doesn't it? Where are we going now? Another little bundle of goodness.
Ooh.
Gorgeous colour palette. Ooh. Wait. Hang on. Have I definitely got all these strands? I've got 4 in here, but there's only 3 in front of me on the description. Just want to make sure. Hang on. We're just double checking. There should be 4. Okay. You might have a description in front of you if you're on the internet that just says 3, but there is 4 here. Right, okay. Say that to me again. Sorry about this. Say it again. Right. Yeah, got that one. Right. It's this one you've not got an explanation of if you're looking on the internet. It's this strand here, but you are getting it. It is a faceted strand of your beautiful it's Amazonite, isn't it? And how many carats have I got on these ones? I've got 200 carats on my large nuggets of the Amazonite. I've got 400 carats of the green aventurine. I've got your beautiful shell pearls, the shell drops as well. They're gorgeous, aren't they? Look at the sheen on those. And then I've got your green aventurine rounds, and there's how many carats? 30 carats worth on that strand. So you have got a real richness of colours running through here. Beautiful natural colour palette, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a great colour palette, and especially, I know we've been mentioning the C word quite a lot, but it's definitely a good colour palette for going into that season. But you could use it anytime. It's great spring, great summer. It's lovely.
It is beautiful, isn't it? And
that little one's beautiful, isn't it?
You've got little leaves here as well, haven't you, Michelle? They're so cute. This is your bewitching gems. Ooh.
Doo-doo, doo-doo. Do. Bewitched?
Oh yeah.
I can't do the nose.
No, me neither. We both just went, can you do